2 days in a row, chat. 2 days in a row, I just became a fucking just chatting streamer. I'm sorry. My apologies. Speaking of apologies to the internet, should I get my ukulele? It was a fun talk. Yeah. Yeah, that it was. Sometimes I worry I'm gonna regret those talks in the future. Like, it's the sort of thing where, like... Thanks for the 5-pack, Rat. And Tom, thanks for 10 months, as well as Hylam, thanks for 10 months. Both with Prime. Appreciate you. I'm your favorite just Pat chatting streamer. Don't worry, we do an expect an apology rap, however. Imagine a channel whose, like, gimmick is, like, at the end of every stream, they just do, like, an improv, like, apology for everything they said in that stream. That would actually be a fun bit. I mean, we don't have to move on. I should just probably actually play the video game that I'm playing. Supposedly. Because, like, Twitch does have a rule. You can do whatever you want in any category, but 70% of your stream has to be the gameplay of the game that you were playing in that category. Otherwise, you should switch to just chatting. Is that rule? And I don't think I've actually made that so far. And I'm an hour and 40 minutes in. You know, honestly, of all of the trends to have on the internet, Mad Cake, I think personal growth is one of them. Like, that's a pretty good trend. I'm all here for that trend. For legal purposes, this is a trend. It's like I'm apologizing for not finishing my coffee kind of thing. You know, like, just releasing a daily apology video is like the equivalent of me starting a new fortress every stream. Is hot, reasonable takes on just chatting. Ironically, I think some of the least successful streams I've done in the last 5 years were just chatting streams. Rat Ratus. I mean, I've talked about starting my stream and just chatting for years. And the few times, like the few months I've tried to do that, just like significantly less people tune in. Like it's, I don't know. I've always just had more luck starting in a game directory. Personal growth should be the norm rather than a trend. I think, like, on the topic of personal growth, YouTube chat, I think that there are... Trend is the wrong word. I think that the industry of making shit on the internet is big enough now that... You know, the people on the high end are absolutely celebrities. You know, people like Kai Cenat, like he is beyond internet personality and just a celebrity now. A minor celebrity, but still a celebrity. And in some cases, a major celebrity, depending on the audience. And I think when an industry gets to that point, standards get higher to a degree. And I think that might be what we're witnessing as, like, personal growth, is I think standards are slowly, and I'm saying slowly, getting higher for what is expected from people who create entertainment on the internet for a living should do and be. I think that that has happened several times in Hollywood, where the norm, it becomes obvious that the norm of the way people act isn't correct and people should be better and do better. And eventually the industry catches up and the expectations catch up with how people should be acting. And I think content creation and streaming, you know, like this industry didn't really exist in 2008, right? Like people were making YouTube videos, but like it wasn't an industry. It was just a thing that some people did. A very small number of people did. Now it's like industry. Right? Like it has reached industry levels and surpassed industry levels in some cases. And I think that when an industry becomes that big, it either loses all public respect and fizzles up and dies, or it gains self-respect and self-polices. And I think to a degree we're getting to that point, which is probably why we're reaching that point. Why, like, personal growth is becoming the norm. Like, yeah, there's edge cases and shitlords and people that are just getting worse to compensate for that. But, you know, for as long as industries like Hollywood or the music industry have existed, there's always been, you know, people on the perimeter who feed off of toxicity and make things worse for everybody else. Like, that's part of media to a degree. And I think that'll continue. I think there will always be, you know, your drama channels, your people that, like, even not all the drama channels are bad. Like, people that feed off of the negativity as a way to inflate their own personal wealth or growth. Like, that will exist. Call them grifters, call them whatever you want. Call them tabloids. That will always exist. But I think a world where the mainstream, or like the large personalities that people see at the forefront, focusing on personal growth or bettering themselves or trying to make their life easier or better in a way, or making other people around them's lives easier or better, or just making, like, helping improve their mental state and talking about it, like stuff like that is just an industry maturing. Shock jocks, yes. Kind of unfair to llamas. Mate, I had a llama spit on me once. True story. All right, so let's read through the named dwarves in the fort at the moment. We got Hammerhead, one of the starting 7. Ledoran, Swifty, as well as a Gunmetal Unicorn. We've got Ghosty. Did I put a marker in the chat? Hold up. Let me just double check that I did. I think I did, but let me just double check. Yes, I did, but I'm just going to plop another one here. You need to listen to some System of a Down now? I mean, naturally. Shouldn't you always need to listen to some System of a Down? We got Ultra Despair, Mac, and Freeways. We've got Tackler, Moreb, and who I had to boot out of the military, actually. Grumpy, who's fittingly grumpy. We got Frisco Born and Union ID. We got Faminoir. Radbug, Oscar. Oscar is pissed. I also booted him out of the military. Laya, Elfie Bean, Judge, who's our mayor. Our mayor who very vehemently values the law and kind of hates people. We got Sleepy, Tim, and Unk, as well as Vervolts. Also, Tim's boyfriend, Mac, is a religious leader, and so is Tim, so they've both become religious leader, and he's just pondering negative quantities, alongside Atir, our other scholar. Wilmar, Snail, Darius, Vervolts. I think I already read Vervolts, but Rattle Me Bones, and Shrubbert, as well as Boudica. And Nesbit died, which was one of our starting 7. Granite Biter, and Dominok, Dirty Bum, and Mud, who killed the Mud Forgotten Beast with a singular bolt. And, any named children? Puddle, right, yeah. Mud gave birth to a baby, and I named them Puddle. And then we got Dwarf Pulls down at the bottom, who is my chief medical dwarf and also performer. Frisco, what's your dwarf's job? You are a glazer right now. You're currently hanging out and reading the knowledge of the fortress, but you're very rusty at glazing. I don't have anything to glaze in this fort, so it's likely you'll probably become some other sort of employed dwarf in the future. So there's that. YouTube folks, the first person to put 3 tree emoji into the YouTube chat can name the dwarf. I've got a temple I've got to make, so we will do that next. I think I'm going to knock out a wall down here and make another set of tunnels like this. That, or maybe I'll just put a little square down here. We'll do that. We'll do it that way. Thank you very much for the gifts, by the way, at the start of the, in the very long intro to the stream. Like, I almost want to take those and, like, I don't think it's worth it, but there is part of me that wants to take those intros, like that long babble we just had, and like edit those into a video and then upload them to like the extras channel or something. Can do, Elray, but we'll just get to the YouTube chat first. Georgie Pie. What would you like? Eurus Du Bois? I think that's a play on a... Did you want a beard or no beard for that character? That's a play on a Disco Elysium name, isn't it? That is. I recognize that. What's your job, Radbug? Bug? Gelder? I mean, I do have a lot of goats. You also have a husband, apparently. Huh. A lot of gay dwarves in this fort, let me tell you. You've also got a bunch of apprentices. I should throw you... Actually, because you have a bunch of apprentices, I'm going to throw you into the library as a scholar. You'll take anything? Okay, we'll just give you a unnamed dwarf. I'll close my eyes and click. That's what I got. I got Meng. Does Meng work? Georgie? Is this Lord of the Rings? I don't recall that from Lord of the Rings, but... Is this a Lord of the Rings joke I don't understand? Oops. Eurus... Du... Boys. She drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty or even the suggestion of effort being required. She's not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and she's conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She has a strong sense of duty, and she is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. She's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. She's quick to form negative views about things, and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and rarely feels discouraged. She's pleased by her own appearance and talents and can handle stress. She has a greedy streak and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally doesn't feel strongly about the law and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship. And she likes nice and bronze as well as 2 bagate and llama wool fabric, quivers, and giant groundhogs for their ability to burrow. And the sound of the pregnant chants and the sight of the velvety larks, when possible, prefers to consume cherry wine and sweet pod seeds and absolutely hates slugs. You've got 2 lovers and 2 children. Your eldest son is an armorer alongside of you. My mother was an armorer. You've got 2 nephews in the fort. And your cousin Ultra Despair. And your lover doesn't live here. I am actually going to throw you into the military. Because you like quivers. All right, I need to name Elray a random bearded dwarf. Okay, so I'm going to grab this and hold down the arrow for one now. You get lucky. If it landed on a lady, I was going to do the nearest one up. This can be Elray 7. Your mom's armor is so big, you can't even see the magma furnace. He dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. He has a sense of duty, and he does not often feel lustful. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and is troubled by this because he values such powerful forces in life. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He can handle stress and is going to start a military squad. Elray, do you want to name your military squad? I realize that you're a legendary armorsmith, but that's actually not all that uncommon. Your wife's also in the military. Unless, like, your values completely contradict this. He isn't particularly interested in what others think of him. He is assertive, and he isn't particularly ambitious. He has a greedy streak, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He likes to take it easy and scratches his nose when he's nervous. He becomes very focused during conversations when he's angry, and when he's annoyed, he starts to talk slowly. Wilmer, hello, your door's still alive. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. I'm just gonna throw this. Actually, maybe Captain of the Guard. Because then I can leave him off duty. Can I name it Bits? The pointy bits. No, the pointy bite. No. Pits? No. Bits. Rabbits? I could name you the pointy habit, the pointy bite, the pointy bitterness. I can name you the pointy pits, the pointy spit. The pointy pit. How about pointy pit? The thing is, like, he personally prefers a noisy, bustling life without boring days due to activity and dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. He likes porcelain and platinum and blue diamond, sheep's wool, warhammers, and leopards for their spotted coats, lettuces for their taste, and the sound of the fenced fortress, and the sight of the glittery suitor. When possible, prefers to consume great barracuda and river spirits and eggplant seeds, and absolutely hates blood gnats. You want the bitterness? The pointy bitterness. It's very sharp. So I'm not going to set him as the captain of the guard yet. I want to make a prison first and an office for him. And before I can do that, I need to do this. So we'll circle back around to that. You're just happy to be here? Well, I'm glad that you're watching, mate. But yeah, at the end of the day, thank you very much to everybody who, resubbed and threw bits at the channel so far on the stream. This is a crowdfunded channel, so I get to exist, and like it's been kind of very starkly obvious recently. One of the reasons why I'm very happy that I do things the way I do, because like Twitch got rid of and I guess re-added their like built-in sponsorship dashboard. It used to be called Bounty Board, and now it's sponsorships. And looking at that like makes it very starkly clear why I'm very happy that I'm crowdfunded, actually, because like the pay ain't great, but it's one of those. Yeah, you could get better pay if you were to just go out and seek out those sponsorships yourself. But it's reminding me just how much time some people spend in this industry, like seeking out corporate sponsorship, and how devastating it is when like people accept lower rates because it devalues everybody. In the case of like the sponsorships that Twitch is doing, it's like they are offering maybe 70 to 80% of the average going rate for a sponsored stream of an hour. Like they're offering me about 140-ish for an hour of a sponsored stream, to which I say nah. And like I do know that I could probably get a higher rate if I were to go out of my way to seek out that kind of work. But I don't, because I don't need to, and that is such a load of stress off of me. So thank you for the Prime subs, the bits, and the YouTube memberships, and the super chats, and all that stuff. Thanks for helping me stay funded, guys. Was like an epiphany for you? It's not hard. Like, using the DF hack tool to make a circle is easier, but it's not hard to just draw a circle. It's literally just make a square of a size, like cut 3 off, and just like, yeah, that's a circle. It's actually, it's very easy. I mean, like the other way to like make an interesting shaped room is just like make a square and then just do this. Because to me, like a hallway that goes like, I don't know, like this, and then just that. Hold on, just ignore that other room. Pretend it's not there. That, followed by this, followed by that. Like this to me looks so much nicer than just like squares. You know? Like that looks intentional. Just immediately to me. But this just looks dull to me. Like neither of these are wrong, but this to me makes me think of like fantasy fortresses. And this just looks like squares. You know? Like, I think this is what most people get stuck in. that kind of thing. Whereas this looks like somebody put effort in. Yeah, I also do that too. I do that for bigger rooms. This is a bit small for that. Like, I threw some pillars into this room. Like, do I need to put these here? No. I haven't even engraved them. Maybe I will in the future, but... Like, I threw a pillar into this room. We are in an ad break, so I will... Check tasks. So we haven't had any major sieges just yet. I'm kind of expecting some. Sooner than later. I think, like... You know, we're at 140 dwarves. I think, like, the important thing to kind of go over real quick. I don't have a corpse disposal system yet. I don't have a proper hospital yet. I need both of those things. To lock the door right now, all I can really do is lock this up here. I need to make another one down in here, which I should probably do, like, now. I need to block this off with diorite. And over here on the left side, I built a system to be able to seal off and drain the ocean. So this will drain all of this. We did a bunch of that yesterday, but I need to wait for the basement to drain because there's some changes I need to make to it. So this all the way down to here is currently just like flooded because it's draining very slowly right here. And I need to fix that. But if I fix it right now, how many layers up does this go? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's actually not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. If I dig right here and channel out that, that'll drain this way faster. So I'm going to do that, I think. I'll tell you this. I have really bad OCD, and at least according to my psychiatrist. And I'll say this, it manifests completely differently in most people. My OCD makes my jaw twitch and makes me check my stove 15 times to make sure that I turned it off, and then have a panic attack when I leave the house and start hyperventilating because I can't remember if I turned the stove off or not. That's how my OCD manifests, and it makes me irritated when people tell me that I'm doing something wrong. So for me, making things symmetrical feels wrong because it doesn't feel how I think that dwarves would build. Because dwarves aren't seeing a bird's eye view of their fortress. They're seeing the internals of their fortress. And have you ever been in a perfectly symmetrical house? Because I don't think I have. I feel like that'd be weird from the inside. So, you know. You might have OCD, but you might also just like a particular aesthetic and be used to that. So now this will drain significantly quicker, which is what I wanted. Which is what we get to wait for now. The next thing I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to channel out this and this. Yeah, that's draining out way faster now. That's actually not what I wanted to do. Oopsies. Let's get rid of that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to wall off this and floor up this and wall up this. Oopsies. Symmetrical house argument is actually incredibly strong. If I went into someone's house and it was symmetrical, I think I would... I think you're about to be skinned alive. Yeah, it's like a bit from a horror movie, you know? Like, you go into, like, somebody's suburban house, and then on the inside it's absolutely symmetrical, and half of it's just a mirror image of the other half, and half of it is wrong. It's like a creepypasta. Yeah, I see that annoyance, Fan, in one case. If you don't have a lot of time, it makes sense to me that you would have to design your house, designing housing blocks would be annoying. Like, I know one person who frequents my chat, and they still come by every now and again. But he has 2 kids, and at the time, he was holding a newborn baby. And this was in one of our many discussions about DF Hack. And he's like, DF Hack makes Dwarf Fortress playable for him. But the reason it makes Dwarf Fortress playable for him is because he's actively holding a baby while playing. And in order to play Dwarf Fortress, he needs to be able to take care of this kid while playing. And it turns out, some of the things you have to do in Dwarf Fortress are really time-consuming. And if you only have 90 minutes every, like, 2 days a week to play, you're never going to make much progress. And so I kind of understand the annoyance of, like, having to individually build bedrooms if you don't have a lot of actual free time. You know what I mean? So that I completely understand. However, for us crazies who have unlimited free time, or at least a large sum of free time, to be able to design stuff, yeah, it kind of makes me scratch my head and go, like, what are you doing when you're playing the game then? If you don't like making bedrooms, like, that is like 60% of the fun for me. Like, that part is maybe not. Maybe it's not that it doesn't make sense, but it is always a little bit surprising, I guess, when I hear that argument. Or that reasoning, I suppose. Was he just using DF Hack to make bedrooms? The way that dude plays is he uses the stencil tool to load in prefab sections for forts, and then turns on Fast Dwarf 2, and uses World Gen to give himself more dwarves at the start of the fort, and basically uses Speed Hack and prefabs to be able to get through the early game faster, so that he can play, like, mid-late game. Yes, ramps. Most of this fort is two levels. So I'm going to do another layer of bedrooms up top here, and another set of bedrooms up here. And the other thing I'm doing is down in here, I'm making temples. So let's work on that while that's being built. So, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, that's a perfectly legitimate reason to, you know... have to clear your nose. Perfectly legitimate reason, in my opinion, to have to, like, you know, use speed hacks and, like, pretty heavily change how the game is played. Like, I don't know. That makes perfect sense to me. Like, I don't need to play the game that way, but I could understand why someone would need to play the game that way. Or want to play the game that way, I suppose. So that's 3x3, 3, 6, 9. Need 9 pieces for the center. Let's do these. Put that in the very center. That's not what I wanted. Ooh, actually, in the very center, let's put up a wall. Use the bismuth. Why doesn't he let the baby play Dwarf Fort? I think the baby was still, like, breastfeeding, but once it has, like, full sense of personhood and usage of its hands, probably. DF is a story generating engine? Absolutely! No. That's a lot of magnesium, Georgie Pie. They might get off on the whole symmetry thing? Totally, but I'm just... So, in YouTube chat, Mitaro says, depends on your headcanon. My dwarves aren't humans, so they might get off on the whole symmetry thing. Certainly. No, absolutely. But, like, my reasoning is my reasoning for why my dwarves don't build symmetrical structures. You know? Moria isn't symmetrical. It has symmetrical spaces, in the big halls and stuff, but the majority of it's like if you look at a map of Moria, that shit ain't symmetrical. So, I don't know. It highly... Yes, you are very much correct. It depends on your headcanon. But my personal headcanon is the dwarves could care less. Because it keeps making your forts the same way. Something that I try to tell people, if you want to get out of the habit of building every fort similarly, there are 2 restrictions you should set for yourself. 1, you have to build in the cavern layers. So you have to build in layers in areas like this. And 2, the walls of your fortress can't breach the walls of the cavern layer. So if you're building in an area like this, so then so like you'd have all of this to hollow out, right? Like this whole area. But then like you'd have to go this way, single file through this wall. I'm just gonna try and clean this up a wee bit. So you'd have like, you know, like this area to build in, and then go like single file through this wall, maybe widen it by like 1 for like the sake of pathing, and then like wall that off. And then you'd have over here to build in, and then you'd have down here to build in. And then maybe like you build a bridge across here, and then you have here to build in. Like that to me is one of the easiest ways to like bench that habit. Because like I used to do similar stuff, right? What year is it in your fort? We had very long, extensive conversations about libraries yesterday, JJ. What year is it in your fort? 195? Okay, so there's 2 things. Scholars will only write a book if they make a discovery. That's the first thing. So if you get the little light bulb in the top left corner of the screen, they will make a discovery. If they don't make a discovery, they won't write a book. There are a limited number of discoveries that a dwarf can make per world. Like there's... I don't know the full number of topics, but there's like dozens of different topics, and each topic has subtopics. So like naturalist is one of the topics, and underneath that there's like animal migrations, animal reproduction. There's like mathematics, which is a main topic, which is like numbers, negative quantities, addition, subtraction, multiplication, other things that are like comprised of math, stuff like that, right? And if all of the things in a certain subject have been discovered, except for like the really, really niche ones, those ones take a lot longer for them to discover. Or if everything in a certain topic has been discovered and that's all that dwarf is interested in, then they just won't ever make a discovery and they won't ever write a book. They have to make a discovery to write a book. The other thing is, if you have scribes and you have writing material in a library, so unwritten scrolls or quires, the scribes will make this number of books as copies for the library. Could somebody please clip that? I could make that into a video. Because, like, that number that you set there, total number of each to scribe, like, if I have 52 books in the library, and I make 110 quires, they will bump the number of books in this library up to 100. Or actually, no, 150. 154. 158? Math? 6. Yeah, because they'll do 52 times 2 times, and then a second round. If I turn this up to 3, they will do 3 copies. So some people think that they're writing books, but it's actually just the scribes copying books. But you have to have writing material, and they have to have made discoveries. Otherwise, they just won't write books. My last fort actually had 2 books written because I had a dwarf make 2 discoveries. I mean, we gotta, like, you know, you probably watched Blue Planet at some point in your life, or like, you know, something on National Geographic. What is that if not what you're describing? Chat always makes animal reproduction seem like such a strange thing to discuss, but like, yo, man, like, that is science. The most coven is what I'm going for here. The creative shafts. So either they really like milky alcoholic beverages, or they just like caves. The god of war. Who's the god of war exactly? Anoth the Ferocious. Ooh. Let's make 3 statues of him. Takes the form of a male human and is associated with war. Oh, interesting. The human god of war. Does he also carry 2 whips and raise them while striking a menacing pose with funny face paint? World premiere. Actually, speaking of world premiere, isn't the Game Awards tomorrow? I'm gonna have to watch that over the weekend. Grab my, Does anybody here actually watch the... Boy, yeah, exactly. Does anybody here watch the Game Awards? Is that it doesn't matter much outside of role-playing? We also had this discussion yesterday. If you have a high-level scholar, it trains leadership. And the reason you want dwarves with leadership as a skill is... Okay, actually, I need to go further down. Yeah, down here. The reason you want dwarves with leadership as a skill is they... How do I word this? They can teach other dwarves skills faster than dwarves with low leadership. So if you have a bunch of dwarves with high leadership, then it is very easy for your fortress to... Hold on. Oh, I literally just have 2 planners in the fort. Let's just increase that number. If you have dwarves with high leadership, or not leadership, if you have dwarves with high teaching, which is the skill that they learn, then when they go into a guild hall to teach people, the dwarves in that guild hall will learn significantly faster than they would if their teacher had a low teaching skill. So it does increase the education speed of your fortress if they are multi-talented. So like if you have, as an example, a legendary armor smith, okay? And they lose both of their arms. And then you throw them into the library and they become a scholar. And then they take on an apprentice and they become a very good teacher. Then they will be better at teaching in the guild hall than anybody who wasn't in that situation. So like you can use it to your advantage, but it is a pretty niche use case. But the actual capabilities of like scholars is kind of neat when you dig into it. I think it's just most people never take the time to, I guess. Can they teach teaching? I don't think there's such a thing as I don't know. Maybe apprentices? I know they learn teaching. You gain student from being an apprentice. I actually don't know. That's a good question. A teacher's guild? I think that's just the library, actually. It's really convenient. Yeah, because something that you learn naturally in the military in Dwarf Fortress is teaching, right? Because when they're doing combat drills, whoever's leading the combat drill, like, let's see if I can find somebody doing that. Yeah, this dwarf. Like, this dwarf currently is leading the armor smithing demonstration. If this dwarf was studying and in the, whoops. Anyway, I just clicked off of them. If that dwarf was studying as a scholar and was learning teaching faster than when they came in here to, you see, dabbling teacher, then they would teach armor smithing faster. You love when they're sparring? Something I like to do when it comes to the military as well is if you set the barracks as like a tavern or a temple or somewhere where other dwarves go, then the barracks, dwarves hanging out in the tavern will learn observation by watching soldiers train. Maybe one of my favorite, like, fun little side effects of that sort of thing. All right, let's get this value up. In which some part of it is the barracks and the other part? Okay, so like, this is my tavern, right? This is a barracks right next to my tavern. If I click on this arrow, I could connect it to my tavern, which is the Mountainous Sugar. If I connect this burrow to the Mountainous Sugar, then they will go to this area and they will hang out and they will talk with these dwarves who are training. And if I do that, then these dwarves will gain observation skill watching the soldiers train. I also tried doing that with prison once, like essentially just chaining up my dwarves in in the tavern, and that went okay until one of the prisoners tantrumed and like strangled one of my dwarves to death. Then it didn't go so okay. Like, it seems like a good idea, but like maybe don't do that. A caravan has arrived, and Emily would like a dwarf. Near the entrance, Emily. So I don't really have an official entrance. I guess I will plop something down right here, because this is currently the entrance. How about a brimstone statue? I'm not entirely sure what learning observation in Fortress mode does. I think it increases their ability to detect threats at a distance. Like, it increases their line of sight. Because that's what it does in adventure mode, but... There you go, Emily. The statue itself, actually, I should read this, is a superior quality brimstone statue of Mogast Miredwax. The item is a superiorly designed image of that and the goblin, as well as Iwari, Silver Whale, the burdens of chilling, the armadillo demon, who is striking down the goblin. I've seen this image before on other statues and engravings. Yes. It's a goblin leader killing a dwarf. Also, check, can I get a round of beers, like Emily requests? I've had better luck with prison tavern using cages. Oh, true. I didn't actually think about that. I almost never use cages for prisons. It feels inhumane to me for some reason. Like, it feels wrong. Like, I feel like I'm like, committing some sort of, like, human rights crime when I use cages. But, yeah, actually, it's not a bad idea. That would make sense. Just, like, mechanically. They shouldn't have committed crimes. Well, maybe you do. I don't. Passive. I'm not a fan of war crime memes in my chat. Just an FYI. Like, you can do it, but I will mock you for it. I wish that you could build cells without chains. What's wrong with chains? I mean, you can, they just won't work. You could also build cells around your chains. I don't know. I think like kind of the open air dungeon style in Dwarf Fort kind of suits the world, but all good, Bassett. So, not to be mean, but could you reword your question, Georgie Pie, in YouTube chat? You just said, is a Mastercraft cage better than a Mastercraft prison cell? I mean, like, those are two separate things. Like, a Mastercraft cage is just one item, whereas, like, I think what you mean would be, like, a royal prison cell be the room. So, like, yeah, the prison cell being super nice would be better. But, like, I don't think it really works like that, I guess, is maybe my actual answer. I don't want to just sell gems. But value-wise, no. A Mastercraft singular item is going to be lower value than a royal room. Just kind of point blank. I'm gonna sell these copper shields. A lot of rough gems. Should probably cut some of those. All these rings I can get rid of. I'll say it's bracelets. Oh, nope, that's a named one. Can't do that. I think bracelets are the things I can't sell. Because they're contraband right now. Really don't have much in the way of sellable items, and also I super duper can't remember what the last request that the Mountain Homemade was. I think I'm just gonna go 1, 2, 3 stacks of iron bolts. Speaking of iron bolts, bars, steel bolts. Make 30 steel bolts. And actually, let's just sell some more, a couple more iron bolts. Oh, sorry, hello. Was a fort where most of your imprisoned were visitors, so you didn't care as much, though? Yeah, that's true. Because that is the soft cap multi. If you want to have more dwarves, you may allow as many as your frame rate will allow that you're willing to tolerate. You have to go to the population cap, which is right here. Turn it up. Mine is currently set to 220. But I've had forts with 400 plus dwarves. But that being said, if you go above the default cap and your frame rate drops, it's on you, not the game. I've started seeing people complaining about how they need to fix the frame rate so that they can have more than 400 dwarves, and my brain melts a little bit, but... That you had 24 chains in your dungeon and the captain and the guard still put a convict right next to the vampire? I mean, they don't know. It's your fault for not walling off the vampire, I say. All right, they brought the coal. They brought food. They brought turtles. So they didn't bring much because I requested coal, which is admittedly very heavy. So I will buy all of their things. Complete buyout. And I meet with the Outpost Liaison. We're in an ad break. There's much to share. They've updated my maps. And I think I'm just going to request Nether Cap. That's it. They want fish and prepared meals. Well, they did just give me a bunch of food, so. Yeah, I mean, you can also, like, lower your siege limits so that you get sieges at lower populations. Frame rate drops to 30 in the late game, which I hate, you're not going to lie. Well, then don't increase your population above 200, because having more dwarves will lower your frame rate. The more you play, you will find tricks to increase your frame rate, but the biggest trick to increase your frame rate is to buy a Ryzen 7 D800 X3D or newer Ryzen chip, which is what I did. Like, since doing that, I have a hard time going below 60 FPS, which is also part of the reason I don't give a lot of frame rate advice these days, aside from if your frame rate goes down, have less dwarves. But that annoys some people, so I often don't give that advice. Like, I remember, I think he got a new computer, but there's a member of this community who for a long time played this game with about 25 dwarves maximum and 2x2 maps. So small maps and about 20 to 30 dwarves maximum, and changed all of his difficulty settings so that the sieges were tiny, but would get sieges at the appropriate amounts, and like he could become mountain home and everything, and played the game for a very long time with very small populations. And honestly, like, to me, that is admirable as all hell. Like, you can have very similar playable experiences with this game with very different size computers. Actually, out of curiosity, to the people who play on Steam Deck, how many dwarves can you comfortably have in your populations? I actually haven't seen many, like, population number reports in regards to the Steam Deck. I think, Orange, that might actually be the first like, I've always heard people say, yeah, it plays fine on the Steam Deck. But I don't think I've actually heard people say how many dwarves they tend to have. I think, like, Dwarf Fortress is fun and playable on any computer, as long as you change all of the settings, right? Like, if you just change the population counts and the map size, you're not going to have the best experience, in my opinion, because you're still going to be limited by, the number of, I'm just going to cut some gems, just to get ahead of some more. Just doing these manually because I just want them to be one-off, do everything's. And then you encrust furniture with polished stone. No, that's finished goods. Actually, fuck it. Encrust finished goods with polished stone. Encrust furniture with polished stone, because I've got a bunch of those lying around. Yeah, but like the scale of what a mega structure is different when you have 25 dwarves versus when you have 225 dwarves, right? Like, you just need the scale to go down. Like, you can still build a glass pyramid suspended on stilts in the sky, just make it a 10 by 10 instead of like 100 by 100, you know? Like, you can absolutely still have mega structures, you just need them to be scaled accordingly to the size of the fort. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to say. If anything, I would say that's painfully reasonable. Maybe too reasonable, even. It's like, how dare you make sense? Kind of feeling. Yeah, I mean, just because a dwarf is in prison doesn't mean the player necessarily wants them dead. I mean, maybe they just violated a production order and it's one of your best, like, crafts dwarves. Like, that, and that's, like, not up to the player. So, sure, I mean, it's plausible deniability for an execution, but at the same time, maybe they don't want that, you know? I mean, not having hammerers pisses off any dwarf, well, rather, not having a captain of the guard specifically, will upset any dwarf in your fortress who values the law. So if you have dwarves that value the law, they will get upset if you don't have a hammerer, because if a dwarf commits a crime, then any dwarf that values the law will be like, oh no, like, my family suffered a crime of offense against this thing, and they will get disillusioned eventually, which is actually a pretty bad mood to get. So sometimes actually not having Captain of the Guards going around thwacking dwarves that are committing crimes, it can be worse, depending on, like, the bias of that faction. So, like, if you have a faction that tends to not care about the law that much, it's maybe not that big of a deal. But if you have a faction that absolutely cares about the law, that's a pretty hefty deal. Let's see what I have for bars at the moment. Copper, copper, steel. Let's make a copper. Well, actually, let's make a steel altar. Let's make 2. You just embarked on a place with a few leather tents and a couple of... Does it have a goblin that's about to kill half your fort? Like, that happened to me? So I'll tell you, that was rough. You know, I've never, in the current versions, in Premium, I haven't once actually managed to get a Captain of the Guard or the Hammerer to equip and use a hammer as part of their job. I've tried just having hammers available. I've tried manually assigning them. I've tried putting them into a squad and making them equip them. They just punch. They never use the hammer. So I just train them as normal soldiers, and if they kill my dwarves, then so be it. That's how I do it. Kept showing up on your map to cause trouble. Oh, that's amazing. That's incredible. Like, oh wait, like a demon would just like walk on your map trying to steal your shit? That's amazing, actually. Like, genuinely, that's amazing. I hope that happens to me. Yeah, but your dwarves might, Georgie Pie. I will also say, a misgenerator is a band-aid for systemic design problems in your fortress that can be fixed. So if you're resorting to misgenerators, I mean, I do it sometimes. I did in the last fort. Just know that you don't need them. That's all. It's actually one thing I kind of regret about that tutorial is, like, not specifying that this is a band-aid for other problems that could be fixed in your fort. But if that's your choice to play the game that way, then more power to you, I say. More power to you. For me, I only ever find that I need them in super war-heavy forts where, like, everybody's in the military regardless of if they like it or not. That's the only time I really feel that I need misgenerators. It took several years. That's still amazing. And he melted some dwarves on his that got in his way. That's incredible. How to make the thieves actually a concern? Simply make them a demon that shoots fire, you know? It's certainly a way. As far as the demons showing up in your fort, that's a new thing. There's some edge cases where they could in the past, but those were all bugs that were accepted as rare features. But as of the Siege update, demons are now like a frequent, or like maybe not a frequent occurrence, but a much more common occurrence. So I think it would make a lot of sense if there's like a destroyed goblin army or a goblin faction that doesn't have much population but still has a demon overlord. If they have like no really usable army or only a very small one, it would make sense that like the people of importance would be the ones that show up to steal your stuff because they don't have any other soldiers. Like, when people try to steal your artifacts, sometimes it'll just be the necromancer that's in the necromancer tower, and usually that happens if it's a very new necromancer tower and they, like, according to the world sim, have like very little to no usable army. They'll just do it themselves. Gosh. I'll be right back. 2 seconds, chat.
Cheese for everyone!
Bark, 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 bark.
Cheese!
I'll say,
for
I'm really happy I
everyone!
don't live a block up the road. There's some construction going on about a block up the road. And I don't know what exactly is making the noise, but it sounds like they're grinding through like rock, which actually wouldn't surprise me. And they are a couple meters away from the windows of the apartment buildings over there. And I looked at units in that in that building when I was shopping around. And I'm pretty sure that noise, whatever it is, isn't something that happened in the construction in front of my apartment this past summer, and sounds significantly louder than the construction I had in front of my apartment. I don't envy that at all. That seems very unpleasant and loud. They're digging down. No, certainly they are, but like, what they're using to dig is different than what they used to dig in front of my apartment. In front of my apartment, it was like a giant jackhammer attached to a backhoe to drill through rock. Like, this is still the same construction project. It's just further up the road now. And they're done in front of my apartment, but apparently they're going to be in front of that building over there until November 2026. So, like, they're going to be there for, like, a year. Yeah, no, it is what it is. I mean, like, they're upgrading the power lines, so it's, like, not a bad thing, but it's, like, noisy. Noisy, noisy, noisy. And, like, it's kind of loud in my apartment with the windows closed right now. And I'm, like, 300 meters away from it, maybe more. Sounds like something big is, like, is there like, a transformer? No, well, I mean, that's what they're upgrading. They're upgrading the power lines from one transformer to another. But it sounds like some sort of giant generator or something, but it comes and goes. It's like for like, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 minutes, and then it turns off. It's off now. Often the Demon Lord will lead the first attack and die from the player. I think it would feel more natural for the boss to show up after a few field sieges. Like, interesting. I haven't had that happen. But yeah, I could see that. I had one particularly epic goblin assault in the last fort that we did. in Trumpet Murdered, where the demon arrived, was part of a not unsuccessful siege, like a relatively successful siege. They took out more of me than I did of them, and then was able to get off map. So, like, yeah, it would make sense that they would hang back a bit more, I agree. But I as a first pass for the feature, I think it's really fucking cool. I do agree it's a little bit anticlimactic if they just show up and die. But I really hope that whenever we get a roadmap update, Tarn talks about this, because the demon-trained sorcerers that he's talked about a bit probably will be like the stand-in for that. I wonder if those are going to be like a normal goblin but is sorcerer, so has magic powers, or if they're going to be like otherworldly things. But I'm really curious to see what those sorcerers end up looking like whenever those make it in, because that's probably going to be the replacement for that if I were to bet. Still need a lot more bedrooms, but we're getting there. We are getting there. How's Tim doing? He's making a granite door. He's a very happy dwarf these days. He wants to be extravagant and isn't extravagant enough. Well, hold up. I also can't assign specific items to Tim right now. How am I doing for cloth? I've had the cloth industry running for a while. 661, giant cave spider cloth, sheep's wool, llama wool, cave spider silk cloth, quite a bit. A lot of pigtail, okay. Let's do a set of clothing, because we're wearing brays, trousers, shirts, gloves, socks. I'll get to that in a second, 409. Leather shoe. How much leather do I have? 45, that's a little low. I think I'll just do cloth shoes as well. But I'll do a higher amount of cloth shoes. So what am I missing? Shirts. Let's do cloaks. So I'll just do 50 of each, and I'll just do those seasonally if there's less than 50 in the stockpile for each of these. With the exception of the leather shoe, which I'll turn down in a second. I'll do 10 of those, because I don't have as much leather. Actually, let's just say check it seasonally. We'll just go by amount of available in stockpile. Seasonally. Okay, let's start with the dress and work our way down. Amount of dresses is less than 40. if amount of socks is less than 40. If amount of shoes is less than 40. Well, actually, and amount of tan... Actually, if amount of tanned hides is greater than 10, we'll do it that way for that one. You, if less than 40. You, if number of shirts is less than 40. And if cloth cloaks are less than 40. All right. Could you get a bearded dwarf if they are plentiful? How's an armorer sound? Or how about a slightly happier armorer? Yeah, slightly happy armorer. How's that work? 409? You really want to generate an Age of Goblins world, but never got lucky. High savagery, no necromancy, long history. That will probably do it. And you'll probably have to generate a few. Do counts work on orders for clothes account or for what's unowned? For what's unowned and not tattered in a stockpile. Also, I need to split up my tattered and untattered stockpiles, but that's a different issue. Basically, I need to make a refuse stockpile that takes items from the clothing stockpile, because that'll filter them. It's okay, I've had many an idiot moment. Quiet Giant. Also true, actually, that's also correct. That Darut said the gayer dwarves mod helps a lot of getting Age of Goblins, because having more gay dwarves means you have less babies. And if you have less babies, then you have less chance of winning against the goblins. But perfect. Okay, cool. $409 does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, has a greedy streak, and is very humble. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and is curious and eager to learn. He is trusting, and he occasionally overindulges, and he has an active sense of humor, but quite polite. His voice trails off whenever he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, sees war as a useful means to an end, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, values sacrifice and good craftsmanship. He likes microcline and platinum and pink jade, as well as NAF paper, the color green, and the words of the satiny scribe, and the sound of the drum of trumpets, and the sight of the smile of skirts. And when possible, he prefers to consume monarch butterflies, just as is, raw, flying, still flapping, parsnip wine, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. He's friends with Odom and Rith in the fortress and worships the Keeper of Blankets. And you're a member of the Metalsmiths and a member of the Armorers Guilds. In the simple generation menu? Sure, but I'm more talking about advanced gen. All right, I've still got a few more points I gotta plop into this. Let's chuck one of these in. Let's try engraving a few more of these walls. We're really close to satisfying this, though. Let's go jam windows. Except I would like to see what gems I'm using. There we go, tourmaline. Brown zircon. Citrine. Resin opal. That should do her, I would think. I mean, it's pretty close to where it needs to be. I mean, the Temple of Savages actually checks out for the God of War. It's damn close. The armorer, tourist, has been possessed, which means we're going to get another armor-related artifact, probably. All right. Tristan's once again grabs another pig iron bar. I should just forbid all the pig iron whenever I get artifacts starting, because they keep making pig iron artifacts, which, like, you know, is fine, but steel would be more useful, or iron even would probably be more useful than pig iron. I actually don't know, like, the density difference between pig iron and normal iron, or the, like, what the sharpness difference is. There certainly has to be something. There we go. The sacred radiance of the god of war is now gunmetal unicorn, and we got some migrants. And let's see if any of these would be any good in a squad. Developed empathy, bad with words, bad intuition. Finds leisure time wasteful, respects perseverance. Fearful. Okay, nope. You're a novice spear dwarf. You're terrible at kinesthetic sense and clumsy. Got a husband too. It's one of my who's a crafts dwarf. Finds decorum healing women, doesn't like merrymaking, doesn't care about leisure time. Has respect for martial prowess. Get in the military there, dwarf. Also, I think that Elray's dwarf is a human name, which makes sense why they would worship the human god. Isn't particularly ambitious, very humble, and not particularly interested in what others think of him. He often acts with compassion. Stubborn, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, has a grief streak, and doesn't seek out excitement. Values loyalty. You are an axe dwarf, though. Why don't we toss you in here so you can be with your wife? Hello, Ice Blue. How are you? I think this fort is about to have a higher population than the last fortress did. Off to a good start on you. Finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. Bustling life with boring day versus boring days without activity. Mastering a skill, sure. Let's throw you in here. I also need to make some siege engines because I actually haven't done that yet. Extravagant. So raising a family. Romance is important in life, eh? High Master Bookbinder. Fascinating. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Yeah, I need to make weapons for this squad anyway. You cannot find your wife's keys. Oh no, you handed them back last night and we got out of the car and now you have turned the house upside down and can't find them. Oh, that sucks. Well, good luck. The only thing I've had that happen with me on in the past few years is my glasses. Another greedy streak. In terms of mastering a skill, respects perseverance and doesn't personally values honesty, respects perseverance, and disregards tradition. I kind of want this dwarf to be a gem cutter, but like that kind of makes sense in that squad. You're a peasant, dreams of raising a family, believes it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. Who doesn't? We're in an ad break. You've put on your glasses to help you find your glasses before. I mean, I've actually like lost them in my apartment. But yeah. I don't believe I've ever put on my glasses to help find my glasses before, though. I did once receive a text from a friend of mine saying that they couldn't find their phone, and then I asked them what they were texting me on, and they didn't respond. I've also lost my phone in my apartment, but that I usually just go to my computer and type in find my phone. Yeah, also toss you in. Have you killed anything? 5 dwarves in blazed shadow? Whoa. What are you, Velma? Nope. I don't think so. Okay, so 150 is not higher than the last fort ever made it to. The last fort made it to 170, I think, before it started to fall. What's kind of crazy about this fort is that I haven't had a siege yet. Knock on wood. That's the part that's kind of crazy about this fort for the moment. Let's see. Has Tim replaced any of his clothing? Not just yet. Oh shit, I also need to make togas. Let's do silk togas. Forgot that I have togas in this faction as well. Time to pick a fight with another civ. I'm actually quite happy because I personally have a lot more that I could do to prepare for fighting. So I don't really want to pick a fight. I'm waiting for them to come to me. Like, I still need this to drain at a much more reasonable speed. So to me, actually, I think this is a net positive for me. Like, actually, I do think this is a net positive for me. Okay. Let's do that. And in order to access this, I'm going to go to you right here. I'm going to unlock this. I'm going to claim that. I'm going to deconstruct you. One time your cat knocked your keys off the counter and into the trash bag hanging there, and you had already thrown it into the dumpster. How did you... Okay, 1, how did you figure out it was your cat? Number 2, how did you find it? I mean, I'm not saying it's not legitimate to just blame your cat for something like that, but... Because, I mean, I would too. Buddy, felines are up to no good. Okay, so suddenly the frame rate got, like, kind of chunky. Opening up the caves down here. It's probably due to all the pathing around the water. But it's nothing that I'm not expecting here. Game got really quiet. Don't question the plan, just assume that I have a plan. Yes. I'm trying to think how else I can build this. But once this is drained out here, Which actually I could do super easily. Fuck it. There's also gold up there. What? Oh, I see. It's auto mining. Duh. The armorer has created a Nossi a jagged pig iron cap. They keep making jagged things. Ugh. I think I'm just going to assign that to the mayor. And then I'll check in a minute and read it. So how do you know it was the cat? I was listening to a podcast recently, and hold up. We just fought with a Forgotten Beast, and I completely missed it. The Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her steel shield, bruising the muscle and tearing the heart. That's kind of wild, actually. Huh. Well done. That's something. And also explains why the frame rate dropped a bunch. With a shield, yeah. With a fucking shield. Okay, let's also go into here. Get more of these jobs going again. More of those going. Oopsies, those going. Those going. We'll find out in a moment. It's Wednesday, isn't it? Sorry. It's Wednesday. It's fire alarm testing day. Happens every Wednesday. Looks like we can butcher it. So apologies for that. That was the monthly fire alarm test. It only happens once. If it goes off again, then I have to presume that something bad's happening. But the fact that it hasn't means we're just getting a bunch of free meat from this Forgotten Beast and I don't need to worry about it anymore. Better than the whistle you thought it was? Nope, that was definitely my fire alarm horn in my office/bedroom going off. The last time the fire alarm actually went off, it was at like 6 o'clock in the morning. And I literally got up, stuck my head out the window, looked outside, and then muted my own alarm and went back to bed. Because we had drywallers in the building for a minute. And if like an in-unit alarm goes off, and it goes off for a long time, it sets off the building alarms. And drywall dust kept setting off the fire alarm in the unit above it. And that unit's empty because it's been sold, but the new owners haven't moved in yet. Or they don't have a tenant for it. I don't know what the situation is, but it's been sold and it's empty. So literally just called non-emergency and went back to bed. So that is a total of... we went from 200... That was like 550 meat. Holy shit. Wow. You love to see it. And now they're butchering a what? Because they're butchering random man. It's left foot. That's something, man. Wonder if we are... Yeah, we are. I'm curious about, one, how heavy this thing's skin is. 242 weight. Just its skin. I'm curious about how much leather we get out of this. Like, I really would like to know. No, it's not every Wednesday. It's the first Wednesday of every month. Like, just far enough apart that I forget. But just close enough together to be, like... Sorry, first or second Wednesday of every month. They didn't do it on the 3rd this month. Yeah. Happens once a month. Which is fine. And it literally only goes off once. It just goes beep, and that's done. City regulations, you know? You hate chained fire alarms, you got PTSD over it? No, that's fair. So fun fact, the backup signal for the street cleaners in Victoria make the exact same sound as the fire alarm in my old apartment building, which went off kind of a lot, especially towards the end, because we had some misbehaving people living in that building that kept, like, causing lots of grief for everybody. Okay, so how many individual pieces of leather do you think this makes? Back in the day, up until pretty recently, like within the last 2 years, regardless of the size of animal, you'd only get one tanned hide per skin item, no matter how big it was. But that was changed. And we're also going to get its left foot leather, so I wonder how many pieces of leather we're going to get from this. At least 2 bits of leather. Yeah, no, at least 2. But this weighs 224 dwarf units. That's like more than twice this rock coffin. They changed that? Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. For that Forgotten Beast. Plus the other foot, most likely. I'm just going to start cranking out bone crafts and bone bolts. But yeah, it looks like we got 10. And there's another one coming. Which is probably its leg. Yep. So we're going to get more. Although its foot skin is probably just going to give us 1, because that's actually pretty small. Yeah, like a cow gives you like 8 or 9 leather. Like a cow gives you kind of a lot of leather. Although a skinless Forgotten Beast would give you no leather. I also need to move all this stuff out. We already have an additional one of these. Need to move that. Can get rid of this. Can get rid of that. Can get rid of that. Keep you. Well, actually, no, I can get rid of you because I got another one down below. Can get rid of that. And also get rid of this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here. I'm going to move a bunch of stuff into this area. Yeah, I've had some people commenting recently that things in my tutorials are not mentioned in the wiki. And I've been wondering, and actually like curious as to what you guys think of this. How, if you were me, how would you go about encouraging people to update the Dwarf Fortress wiki? Because I think that there's large parts of the Dwarf Fortress wiki now that are starting to get out of date and behind. Oh, some of these are going to disappear because I just deleted those. Yeah, okay, we have to do this again because I just if the blocks move in between designating and construction, it cancels the job. So because I deconstructed those workshops, it canceled the job. So let's fix that. You know, honestly, I think that the dedicated and meticulous community is a bit of the older community, so like the pre-Steam community. And I don't know if people... Like, these days, what people are really like, if you go to a recent big hit game, there will be lots of guides on Steam, but they rarely will have a wiki. And if they do, it's usually like a fandom wiki. And I do wonder, like, if that culture is less emphasized these days because of things like Steam and because of like the prolific nature of Steam guides. You know, like people value that more in some cases. At least that's the way it seems. Maybe I'm off base, but I mean, that's because that's what got the most Google search traffic historically, right? Like, Google recommends and will surface the thing that's out of date. Let's do a butcher and a butcher. Let's do a tanner and a tanner. Don't really need more farmer shops. Let's do kitchens. Whether you like it or not, I am the de facto authority. Guess that means I need to become a wiki editor, doesn't it? I'm not gonna say I don't like it, because it's given me a career, but it's also given me a lot of perspective, I guess. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily an accurate representation, but yes. They have licensed my tutorials to be put on their YouTube channel. Very cautious to use words like paid by, but it's just me. Making a chicken coop. You approve of me leading? It's a lot of power, man. Yeah, no, that's true. That is true. Like, because the thing that was brought to my attention recently is apparently there's nothing about this screen on the wiki. Like, at all. Like, it doesn't exist. Which is actually kind of freaky to me, that doesn't exist. Like, I feel like that really should. But apparently there is currently nothing on the wiki about that screen. Okay, so what do I need? I need 10 spears. I need 10 breastplates, 10 greaves, or 20 breastplates, 20 helms, 20 greaves, 20 gauntlets. Okay, kind of a lot. Let me just check steel bars. What are we missing at the moment? Got everything to make steel, that's good. How about pig iron? Speed that up a little bit. Alf, what would you like to name? Happiest with beard. The happiest dwarf in the fort you get. You're collecting webs. He dreams of attaining a rank in society and personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. And you are now Alf. Whoops. He respects power, he respects power and doesn't care about art one way or another, and doesn't care about if others take the time to master skills. He has a relentless drive completely consumed by ambition. He doesn't... This dwarf seems like a future baron. Diamond Plays, what a good name. It would be better if his name was Diamond Hands. He completely is consumed by ambition and doesn't generally think before acting. He is not careful with resources when working on projects. This dwarf is deep in an AI startup right now. In fact, he's invested his entire life's earnings on that. And anyway, he tends to not reveal personal information and could be considered rude, but he accidentally leaked all of his nudes on an old social media account. And he is moved by arts to natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He generally acts impartially, is probably going to get arrested after an HR dispute, and rarely is moved to mercy. And I'm sorry for insulting your dwarf. He has a calm demeanor, and he likes a little excitement now and then, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, especially poor people, and has a greedy streak, naturally, and acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and is quick to form negative views about things, like the things that don't make him money. And he often bites his nails when he's trying to remember something. He repeatedly snaps his fingers when he's trying to remember something, and when he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes. I think this dwarf needs to be a baron. Make me a noble. I'll remember that. He likes bauxite and bronze, black bronze, as well as giant kakapo bone. The color red-purple, spears, gloves, statues, and turkeys for their snood, and bobcats for their short tails. And the words of the satiny scribe and the sound of the fabulous droplet. When possible, prefers to consume papaya wine and rocknut oil, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. It would fulfill his dreams, naturally. But he just reads so much like a baron. He was formerly a member of the Lean Spears.
Hello fair folk, Crypt Wave loving the update and your content is always blind. Death to the goblins.
Which update? Oh, like the siege update? Or like did I put out an update on something? Anyway, happy to help. I'm glad you like it. Nope. Salt pain, nope. Speaking of that, yeah, the siege update. That's good. I'm glad that other people are enjoying it. I mean, I've found it very difficult. Like, it's certainly been a learning curve, which is nice, as somebody who kind of felt like I had this game down packed, like on lock for a while, and it's nice to feel challenged again. Like, I do find that nice. Oh, shit. Okay, shields, 10. Breastplates, 20. Spear, 10. Gauntlets, 20. It's going to take us a while to get through these. Steel greaves. And I'm actually going to say iron bucklers. Speed that up a little bit. And maybe iron... Nah. Let's let that sit. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Pax Mac keeping that subscription alive for 35 months? Thank you very much for the first notification of money in 2 hours, by the way. And as always, you know, if you are watching the stream and you like the way I do things around here, and you happen to have a Prime sub available, do think about me, because that's literally what keeps this channel funded, alongside of other things. Recently, for those of you who do watch the YouTube stuff, I have hired an editor, so shorts and like the most recent Future of the Fortress video are now edited by my editor, who I am paying hourly to edit them. Just because like I've been in such a state of editing burnout recently, I've been having a hard time doing any kind of YouTube content. And so my hope with this is that I'll be able to kind of breach that a little bit and be able to just focus on bigger projects, and while breaking even on the smaller stuff that I have a hard time doing myself. So, or at least finding the motivation to keep up with is maybe the better wording. And Anonymous, thanks for the 5-pack. Razzle Sparky, thanks for the Prime, as well as Alf, thanks for the 3rd month with Prime. Welcome back.
Went on vacation and forgot to renew it. Crypt beer.
You went on vacation, forgot to renew it? I mean, hey, thanks for doing that. You betcha that there's a lot less manpower to update the wiki a decade ago? I think at one point the wiki was the only source of knowledge and like way to learn the game. And now that that's no longer the case, I think that people don't value stuff like that as much, you know? Because like, you know, now we have YouTube, now we have all sorts of other forms and ways to learn how to play games. And I think that if you didn't learn the game with the wiki, or if you learned the game... Huh? My manager's dead. Sleepy's been found dead? Nobody tantrumed. Oh, a troglodyte. Let's untroglodyte this troglodyte. What's the blue highlighted critter? It's not highlighted. It's a pond grabber. It's just in water. That's why it's highlighted. You fucking killed my manager. You piece of shit. Well, that's a bummer. It's F8. Yeah, down here. And chat, thank you very much for that little hype train. Appreciate you guys. If you happen to have a resub or a prime sub, now's the time to use it. Because then you'll unlock emotes that you didn't know that you wanted. The troglodyte was named because they killed one of my dwarves. Yes, they get a basic name if they kill a dwarf, and or if they kill a named character. And if they kill more than 5, then they get a full name. That's how Legends editions work. Did Nisbet not have... That's weird. All right.
Did you know 35 is divisible by 5?
Yes. Thanks for the 35th month, unemployed Shaku. You just found a baby dead in the middle of a busy traffic floor with no combat log. Very confusing. Could have died of poisoning? There's a few things that could have killed that baby in that instance. Thanks for the 59 pennies, not Pony, Tony. Appreciate you, mate. There's a bunch of Galena in here. I'm going to floor this up. I lied. I'm going to do a much smaller section of this floor. And I'm going to go around and I'm going to get rid of every single one of these. Well, actually, I'm going to cancel that. I'm going to build this, and then I'm going to go around and get rid of every single one of those. And then we're going to do a big ol' hauling train here. There is an ad break running, so I will pause the game. But thank you much for the hype train chat. Did the YouTube stream go down? Oh, no, you guys were saying the F to Sleepy, right? That was one of the starting 7, which sucks, but... Damn that troglodyte, let me tell you. Yeah, we're $40 US away from the daily minimum, but I'm sure we'll hit it by the end of the day. We're making good pace. We are making good pace. Yeah, the actual, like, goal for me on the YouTube side of things is the videos I want to do and make are tutorials, the DF news when they happen, because those are super quick to edit. I don't do anything super fancy with those. And then the big videos. And the stuff that I want my editor to do are shorts, Future of the Fortress, and big lore read-throughs, and then interviews when they happen. Because for me, it just makes sense for me to not edit the videos that I find tiresome to edit, if that makes any sense. Which has been the state of consistency for a while. Okay, so let's just do a pass through and get rid of all these. You can go away. You two can stay there for now. Okay, well, this is draining much faster now, which is also good. Okay, well, they weren't able to get that close. Let's just... Oh, they literally can't get over there? Is that what's going on? Yeah, no, they literally can't get over there. Okay, well, I can fix that. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here, and I'm going to make a track stop that goes this way. And then I'm going to do this. And this is going to be for all these, and everything but that, well, that, and that. Yes. And then I will make another one over here, which is going to be exactly the same. It's going to be for all of these. And not that, or that. And you are going to have no wheelbarrows. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to make a infinite stockpile, which is going to get the one free platinum wood minecart. It's going to take from there, and it's going to load all these, and all those. And then the last thing I need to do is go into here and delete these. I mean, nothing made me change my mind. It's something that I'd been throwing around for a while. It was me trying to figure out if I could afford it. Like, I know it was a topic of discussion on and off for a long time, but mostly it was me trying to figure out if I can afford it. And I've come to terms with the fact I don't think I can right now, but I'm going to try. Basically, is where I'm at for the moment, where I don't actually think I can afford it. However, I think I should try. That's all there really is to it. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to remove all wheelbarrows from this stockpile for the moment. And then every free dwarf with 2 hands is going to assist us in hauling boulders into this stockpile. And who's placing a track vehicle? Someone has to be doing that. Oopsies. Basically, I need to figure out over the next 3 months or so if I can use this as a way to increase the output and the quality of the output to justify the added cost. That's what I need to figure out. Oh, there it is. Also, there's a giveaway happening. The Mug Goblin mug is being gifted out in the YouTube, or not in the YouTube chat, in the Twitch chat. So YouTube folks, if you want to enter into the giveaway that's currently happening in the Twitch chat, pop over to the Twitch side of things and type in !enter. If you're in the Twitch stream, type in !enter for a chance to win. Trust me, the most that you can do, Quiet Giant, is hang out in the chat. Like, that is the most I ask of people, and if you happen to have a Prime sub, think of me. That's literally it. Everything else is just, you know, at the end of the day, an active stream is what pays my bills, and you have an active stream by having people that watch. Like, that's it. What did you just enter for? A chance to win a mug, which I can show on stream in a sec. This is my holiday-themed mug. It was designed by Elfie Bean in the chat. Of a mug goblin with instructions on how to appease the mug goblin and an image of the elusive mug goblin. I think that the like cover, I should reorder these because the cover image doesn't actually show that well what it is. I think it should be these two first, but. And it looks like Drevis won. If you type, or if you click on that link, Drevis, and connect to your Twitch account, you can redeem your mug. Enjoy it. Hiring an editor. Pepsa Doak. Because at this point, Future of the Fortress, the interviews I do with Tarn and or Putnam when those happen, plus interviews I do with other people if I do interviews with other people, and the big story reads, like, because I have another one that I'm planning, which I was going to start recording this weekend, but I had a bad weekend, physically, so I didn't do anything particularly work-related over the weekend. And the big story reads, like the boat murdered video, I'm going to be paying somebody hourly to edit for me. Because I already stream. Like, I streamed 140 hours last month, which I'm pretty sure that's a full-time job. So then, like, you add YouTube stuff on top of it, and I don't burn out on streaming very easily, even if I'm burnt out on the game. Like, I can stream a game that I'm burnt out on and still have a good time because I have chat. Whereas, if I burn out on editing, I just get sloppy, and that just makes for bad entertainment for everybody, and everybody loses. Which one did you get, Lornard? A lot of people buy mugs from me, so I can't keep track. Rama Liu, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hi, hello. I can join most of the time is why you're mostly lurking. It's all good, Quiet Giant. Like, honestly, like, on an individual level, I don't ask much from people, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, if you enjoy what I do, just watch when you can. Like, when it makes sense for you, and when you're interested in the game. Or if you just want to listen to my voice. At that point, it's literally just, you do what makes sense for you when it makes sense for you. Don't worry too much about me. So, that's about it. And the Dwarf dinner table mugs. I really like that design that Cooler did of the, like, the Last Supper parody. It's so good. And Cooler is currently working on something else for me right now, actually. Which is... Let's see if I can show it off. Yeah, I can. I'm actually going to give him a thumbs up on the slight edit he made. Although, Discord is now frozen. Tisk cord. sorted. But Cooler's working on this for me. So some of you might know this guy. He's making me an editor. So I got the note taker, and then we're getting an editor. Might see if I can make just this guy into an emote, minus the screen. I like the plump helmet pooter. That's pretty good. That's like a 9 out of 10 right there. A+. Unfortunately, the black mugs don't come in 20 ounces, which kind of bugs me. If we get an editor mug, I'm... Okay, so I know that, like, Dilbert sucks. Just like the guy who writes Dilbert kind of sucks. He's just kind of an ass. But, like, if we could get, like, kind of a Dilbert-esque parody, like, just like some sort of office humor joke, but with that dwarf on it, that would be pretty peak. Like, I hate Mondays. Although that's, like, Garfield, right? Like, Dimple OS. So you got Plump Helmet OS, and then you'd have... Plump Helm OS, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, well, I mean, okay. Dilbert, the cartoon, like the strip, kind of fine. Guy who wrote Dilbert, piece of shit. Also, I think he has cancer now, and he was like tweeting at the president to say, cover my medical bills. Anyway, it's almost like you should have universal healthcare instead. But, weird man. It's okay. We can still claim Calvin and Hobbes. But I don't know. I look at that and I just think of like cubicle humor. Sure, you could come up with something. Windorfs and Helm OS. That's pretty good. Doesn't ask a real tiger for their perspective on key issues, but does he ask a real stuffed tiger for their opinion on key issues? Because I feel like that's who that would be the appropriate person to ask for their take on. Would be a stuffed tiger, and I'm sure he has many. Also, Calvin and Hobbes turned 40 recently. Is that fucking wild? Whoops. Wrong option. I remember my grandma had all of like the big, not the huge like 5 years at a time books, but the 1 year worth of strips at a time books. And like slowly reading through those while going over to my grandma's house. I eventually did read all of them. Apparently you can get like all of Calvin and Hobbes for like $100 now, which is like kind of awesome actually. Like that is a lot of literature. These dwarves do not enjoy doing this, and I am moving like the entirety of the fortress over here. Do I have another paused task issue here? Oh, no, I just haven't assigned a new manager. That would help. Hammerhead, you're now my manager. It's so nice looking. You don't want to ruin them. Just go download the PDFs and read them digitally then. You know? He was forced to endure the decay of a friend, and mulling over the reoccurring tendency changed his personal tendency. What did that change about you? Strengthening after being forced to endure the decay of a friend, he never becomes angry. That's character progression. Oh, wow. Yeah, because Nisbet died and decayed, who was a close friend of his, one of the starting 7. There we go. Now all these tasks are up and running again. That's what I needed. It's like, drinks are getting kind of low. Can I get my most angry child? Seems like it's Daztot, who I actually removed from doing any tasks because this child saw I mean, they're not that old. They're not that young anymore. They're 15. They saw a troglodyte die pretty early on in their life, in 252. Very slow to anger after seeing a child die. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is conflicted by this since she values harmony as an intellectual concept and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She often feels envious of others and isn't particularly curious about the world. She thinks that she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things and is quite polite. She tends to avoid crowds and tends to avoid physical confrontations. Also, I'm just going to read this without any context from the YouTube chat. Windows Eurista. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, works to express natural tendency with her respect and martial prowess, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and does not hate or develop negative feelings. She dreams of being a legendary warrior and personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, values peace over war, and values artwork and finds independence, freedom, and somewhat foolish. She likes graphite, bismuth, bronze, violet sespertine, and avocado wood, giant polar bear leather, and it also makes sense why Windows Eurista would suck, because you'd always cancel jobs due to tantruming. Anyway, prefers to consume giant honey badger. Damn right, eat the food that fights back, and cave fish and dwarven rum, and absolutely hates oysters. Likes lion parchment, grieves guinea fowls for their social nature, beavers for their dams, and the potato plants for their edible tubers, and the sound of the fenced fortress and the sight of the glittery suitor, and when possible prefers to consume giant honey badger and cave fish and dwarven rum. Hates oysters. Her mom is in the fort. Same with her younger brother and her younger half-brother. Her uncle Votok. And Radbug is her uncle, and her mom has quite a bit of family in the fort too, but her husband don't live here. Welcome to the fort. We're literally just getting all the boulders cleared out right now. Well, most of them, maybe not all of them. In fact, what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go down here, and I'm just going to forbid everything. Down here. And can I do this? Happy Draining Ocean Day. I mean, we've drained the ocean successfully. I'm now just trying to improve the process of draining the ocean. It's mostly all we're doing at the moment, while also trying to deal with all of the boulders throughout the fort and getting them right down here. And actually, I'm going to speed this up by giving us a way down here. But how's Telenartho doing today? And thanks for the raid, by the way. Mods, can I get a shout out for Telenartho? Please and thank you. And then after this, we'll do another one for wood logs, I think. Although, actually, I kind of have that. Which means I should just put the carpenter shop down here. Let's also shrink this a little bit. And just go carpenter. Yeah, we'll just do it that way. And then just pause this. We don't need that for the moment. It's a lot of hauling jobs, man. It's about 1/3 children at this point. Things seem to be going slow, but you'll get there. At least you have a lot of haulers. You know what I would actually do? I would just enable hauling on all the children and then disable hauling on adults if you have that many kids. Like, just use them as, like, the mode of transport and let the humans do, or let the adults do the, production line stuff. At least I find that to be a very efficient method of doing things. Okay. Another thing I want to do is I want to get most of this stuff underground. So I'm actually just going to delete this stockpile. I'm going to go down here because I've expanded this. Do you allow leather? No. So I need a separate leather stockpile. But this also doesn't have a leather workshop. So I'm just going to go into clothing and leather and just throw a leather workshop right there. And just allow leather in this. Good idea, though. I don't even have any hauling stuff going on. You barely have any stockpiles. Okay, yeah, that'd do it. I mean, not having stockpiles will slow down your work. Okay, I now need a metalsmith's guild. I may need to restrict the number of these going through. Let's just do wooden wheelbarrows. And just make 20 of them. And just double check the wood types that I have. We're just gonna make them all out of cacti. Or tower cap, not cacti. I'm going to bump this up to 15 wheelbarrows and move most of these dwarves off of hauling in that area and to other related tasks. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go wooden bin, and I'm just going to make 50 wooden bins. We've also got a few more beds to make. Just make sure that... Okay, yeah, we need to dig out more bedrooms now. Task for the next couple minutes. So now you can see they're going to start moving faster here because wheelbarrows are just going to start getting dropped off over here. And so instead of like doing the lengths all the time, they will slow down and start grabbing what they need. This is what we like to see. Let's take this squad and set them to no orders so that they'll go gear up. because they have mostly what they need. Still working on it, but mostly what they need. I like having stockpiles purely because it gives me a very clear, easy to spot visual representation of what is where, and I find that to be very helpful. But if that isn't helpful to you, then yeah, I know your ClinoDev is generally right. You'll have an easier time of things if you just kind of ignore making stockpiles and just go with the flow as you feel that you need stuff. Okay, this can also get deconstructed. This can also get deconstructed. That can also get deconstructed. I already had a leatherworks up there, actually. That's fine, having two. Wheelbarrows running back and forth for all that hauling. This is going to be a 12 by 12, so slightly bigger than the others. I realize I'm not looking at chat all that much, but I'm just trying to get a bunch of big tasks running all at once here. Let's make this a little bit more oval shaped. And you know what? Let's make the center of this too tall. And you are going to get this tool. There we go. Oopsies. What is up? How is the fort doing? Pretty good. The bit, I think. I mean, you definitely need stockpiles. I think what Clino is talking about the bit is for things like rock blocks. You can kind of just get away with not having them in those cases, but I like making them regardless, even though it adds in more. So I describe myself as like not a micromanager in Dwarf Fort, which I think is true. What Clino is talking about is like the extreme version of what I do. What do I have for dye that I could make? Let's make blueberry dye. Cranberry dye. Yeah, we're just out of stuff to dye. Especially rocks. Meanwhile, me just putting everything in a stockpile. We're about to get hit by an ad. When it pops, I will pause the stream. I had a thing I was going to put here. Farmers Workshops. And I should have made these by now. How have I not made nest boxes? Hold up. What the fuck am I doing wrong? I'd swear that I've made nest boxes like 4 times. I must go to place them and then just like forget. Rock, nest, box. Fucking make 10 of them. Yeah, I do that for boulders and wood, but that's basically it. Wait, Dwarf Fortress is on Steam sale right now? Huh, I didn't know that. That must have, like, started today, then. Is it, like, the winter sale? Oh, wow, it is 20% off. Huh. I feel like it was just on sale because of the, what's it called? I feel like it was just on sale because of the, Siege update. But, I need another guild hall. Guild hall. Guild hall. I was gonna put it there. But then I dug out all this. Let's just throw a mechanic shop down here. And then I will unpause the game because the ads are done. You don't quantum stockpile? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like, quantum stockpiling, I think, is... Honestly, I think the main reason I do quantum stockpiling is because it allows you to have a really high concentration of things near stuff, which I find useful. But it's like, it's not something you have to do by any stretch. That's going to be where I'm going to put my looms. There would be so much Galana down here. So much. Yeah. No, I like it just because it keeps things clean. But sometimes you do have to resort. All right, well, let's see what I can do here. Need 26, we could do granite. Need 22 blocks. What could I do for 22? I could do one further down. Do quartzite. This is going to be that metal smith's guild once I get a little bit more boulders up and running from this. As I cut this in half slowly so I can start flooring it off. Because right now I literally just have the one rock block shop happening. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's some forts where I'd never end up doing any quantum stockpiling. It's something that happens in specific cases, maybe a bit unfair. It's a thing that I do in certain situations, I guess. See how this squad is doing. There we go. Filling out the extra stuff as they come in. Once they're fully armored, we'll get them up and running. I think that's the most common use for them, Dart. So we've got a Forgotten Beast, which is Ogiz, a towering, hairy hadrosaurid? I'm probably butchering that. It has a long curving horn and it squirms and fidgets. Its rust hair is long and straight. Beware its noxious secretions. Oh, nope. It can't get to us, I don't think, but it looks really cool. Yeah, it's in the layer where it doesn't have access to us. Which is also currently the layer above the fun tube. It's maybe one of my favorite little details of this fort is that this whole fort is like directly powered by the hidden fun stuff down here. So like when I dig down into this and start building, I've already been using the bottom of it for a while. I don't know. I'm gonna Google it and see what it looks like, Xanath. I'm sure it's something. Oh, you've seen these. These guys. The duck-billed dinosaur. If that's actually what they're still called. I don't know. That's what I remember them being called when I was little. At least I think. Although maybe I'm just thinking of Ducky, specifically from The Land Before Time. Adra! Thanks for the 74th month. Hell yeah, mate. Appreciate you, dude. I hope you've been well. Okay, so down here will be weavers. Do I have more cabinets? I don't think I do. Oh, no, I've got 4. Can chuck some in. To the dwarves who are claiming lots of clothing. I need to make a shit ton of cabinets amongst other things. Because now that my clothing industry is up and running fully, dwarves are just filling their bedrooms up with clothing. Oh, come on. I don't know why these keep getting forbidden, but they do. Unless there's something causing combat in between here and there. Oh, there's Crundles. That might be it. Where are these Crundles? Oh. Like, literally in the fort. Right. I'm gonna go station my squaddies down here for a wee bit. Lurking as usual, still at work. Well, that's good. Hopefully works okay. Okay, I'm gonna get this area closed off and open you up. Because this will give me a line of defense. So if I go to here, this will allow it so that my mark dwarves can see anything that's coming in before they arrive. And they'll be able to just be like, oh, you're a problem, pop! And just shoot a bolt at them. Like this thing. The Forgotten Beast, Lenape, Lomefio Eki has come. An enormous blob composed of steam. It has 2 long, straight tails and a bloated body. So it's flimsy, weak, and fragile and will explode upon getting pricked with a pin needle. And it's on its way to the fortress. I'm just going to send these 2 squads right to here, which I think they can access. Yes. Yes, they can. Let's just follow the beast. The Crypt of Bile. Really like me? I mean, I just have 3 cavern layers open right now, and 2 of them have access to my forts, so it just kind of makes sense, really. And never mind, it actually died. It was killed by a giant olm. Because the olm bit it. They don't even have teeth. And it broke away most of the tissue. Good job there, Mr. Olm. You're making the Urist proud. All right, I'm going to shred this granite because it's going to ruin my pattern and not put that granite there. I'm not sure what's canceling the tasks because there's got to just be a crundle somewhere that's like fucking this up, but just going to throw in quartzite. Don't worry about it. Olm gets a statue. What was its name? What's that translate to? Distrust watched. I was born in 222. I'm just going to double check that I have enough silver. I don't currently, but I do have enough galena. So I'll just get a task here, smelting some galena. Oh, also, make coke, please. The Olm does in fact have a name. Because I've given that coal enough time to get down here. Yeah, in case you can't tell, we have a lot of other materials here. Actually don't care if these are just boulders for the floors, because I kind of need to get this done. That'll be enough of a circle, I think. Because this needs to be a metalsmith's guild, so I'll accept it. They haven't tried to brew coke into something? You know what coke is, right? And if you don't, then I could understand why you would think that. But if you knew what coke was, even at like a Wikipedia base level, you probably would make that joke a little less. Cheers, old school soundscape. I am using DF hack. Never ever. Because I actually don't think DF hack provides quality of life. I think it provides unnecessary distractions, unnecessary spoilers, and automation of systems I don't want automated. It's only quality of life if you consider it quality of life. I consider it bothersome distractions. I will also say that I'm getting to the point now where when people ask me why I don't use DF hack, it's like, you are new here, aren't you? You'll get to know this, this question very well if you spend time here. If you learn a game without an external tool, it becomes harder to play it with the external tool. I very much learned Dwarf Fortress without DF hack. And so DF hack feels wrong on almost all fronts to use these days. Like I said, nobody in chat actually knows what coke is. Just like they don't know what the 3 shells are for. They don't know how to use the 3 shells. Going green tea? They don't. Kind of sad, really. Their life would be so much better if they did. What's funny is how that joke has gone from, like, a very well-known reference to, like, calling Demolition Man obscure is dumb. To, like, obscure enough that it just sounds like you're saying nonsense. Like, it's circled back around and, like, become funny again, I guess. After going to an upscale restaurant like Taco Bell. It is true. Gosh. I should rewatch Demolition Man. Been on, I guess last night I was on a bit of a rewatch escapade. I rewatched Shaun of the Dead. I completely forgot about the whole sequence at the end of that movie where they run into the other lady and then the military shows up. I completely forgot about that whole bit. Just the throwaway line of, oh, I'm glad somebody survived. It's like, oh, wow. Okay, I get that joke now. A dwarf called 3 shells? I don't have any shell crafter, though. Yeah. 3 shells, the axe dwarf, isn't particularly ambitious and is very humble. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he often acts with compassion. He is stubborn, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He has a greedy streak, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He doesn't seek out excitement and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He talks to inanimate objects when there's a lull in conversation, is perplexed that nobody knows what the 3 shells are for, and drums his fingers when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally values loyalty, dreams of creating a great work of art, and likes saltpeter, billin, jelly opal, sportree wood, leech leather, and retainer of bucky bone. That must be a necromancer experiment. Fox, squirrel, parchment, squares, catapult parts, rabbits for their ability to burrow, kobolds for their mischief, the sight of the silkiness of mirth, and when possible prefers consume pendant amaranth beer and blood amaranth flower, and absolutely hates cave spiders. He is broad with little muscle, and his teeth are tangled, with low cheekbones and a scratchy voice, and his long beard is braided. He's married to Onul, who's in the same squad as he is. He has no kills. It's the pointy bitterness. It's the youngest squad in the fort. And you're a member of the spicy cult. Okay, what the fuck does the spicy cult worship? Better be the god of fire, or I swear to God. The spicy cult. It's probably the god of war, right? Nope, it's the god of food. Holy shit, you worship the god of food and it's the spicy cult? Okay, what is the god of food? I must know. All right, Ramit Mushroom Ghost, the god of food. I think that's correct. Hold up, let me double check. Yeah. Yeah, tangled teeth happens sometimes. What does this god look like? Hold on. How do you spell that? R-A-M-E-T, bowl. Right, the cinnamon. Most often takes the form of a male human and is associated with food. And apparently there's a religion around him called the Spicy Cult that one dwarf worships. Which is very amusing. Okay, so this was going to be crafting stuff. I'm just going to set up rock cabinets. I'm just gonna say 150 of them. Just make them out of basalt, please. So there's tons of basalt in there. Cool. Got more bins showing up there. Oh, look at all the dwarves singing! And dancing. The Glittery Suitor is a participation dance originating in the magical saber. The form guides dancers on improvised performances. Chat, give me your best dancing emote. Or your best party emote. In YouTube chat, hit the party button. I mean, I agree with Sneed Chuckington that the Spicy Cult's founder discovered curry. Tis party time. Assume the party position. I love how they stop dancing long before the song finishes. Maybe they'll get back to it. Nope, they're talking about poetry now. You got into an argument? Well, that's unfortunate. I saw a dwarf recite the We See Puppets at the Mountainous Sugar, and I feel some delight. Only some? Why not much? Also something I gotta do. There's some friends who always experienced interest in DF, but you're the first in your group to try. You're always saying that the game dev has never been better. Well, I mean, yeah, no, I would agree. It really is, Ping, my dear. It really is. Oh, somebody else playing music. They're chanting now. The heliotrope embraces a form of music. The rules of the form are applied by composers. The musical lark is a poetic riddle intended to satirize a chosen object, originating in the magical saber. Interesting. So it's a satirical rhyme, essentially, that they chant. I wonder if the dwarf is a good comedian if they're better at telling the satirical riddle. Limerick? Is that what that is? A satirical riddle? Oh, I know where they're getting those blocks from. Maybe not. Regardless, I should forbid those. All right, so down to here. It's all dried up now. This is still draining. Right now, this has a way of draining down into here, which which I don't think the dwarves actually have a way in here at the moment. I think I'm going to just dig through you. Actually, I'm going to dig through a lot of this. Yeah, we'll just leave that as is for that level. Yes, I will dig through this right now, but I will fix that momentarily. So the problem with this at the moment, this is actually completely unusable currently as defense, and I need to change that. And I need to figure out how I'm going to change that, more importantly. More like a joke, but a satirical riddle seems in the spirit. Okay, gotcha. I mean, it's hard to have a non-satirical joke. Wouldn't that just be a joke? Also just going to plop 3 of these down here. Maybe actually more. I'm just gonna run these for a minute so that I have stuff created close by that I can easily utilize. Also, let me check something. Kitchen. Cool, we're not cooking my wine. I can also probably butcher a bunch of animals. Yep, yes I can. Also train a few war dogs. Still nobody's claimed the giant raccoon. That's a shame. Let's also go back down to here and see if I actually have a fucking nest box yet. Cool. They finally made them. What are you asking, Zoe? Also, this is the new song on the soundtrack. It's growing on me. I found it a little sparse when I first heard it, but it's grown on me quite a lot. Yeah, okay, we need more bedrooms. I think I'm going to make a set of stairs up right here. And then start building along here. So this is going to be a lot of boulders fallen. It's actually pretty dangerous, but it's actually good that they're going like from the bottom up. Because they're less likely to then stand in the middle of it and then end up falling. Which currently I'm actually kind of surprised I haven't yet. So this is going to greatly increase the flow capacity of this area. You built your tavern early game 1 on dirt, and you're curious if you need to remove all the furniture to place the floor. Yes. Yes, you do. You do, in fact, need to remove all of the furniture to place the floor. I think I know what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to have an entryway going this way. That maybe goes around to here or something, and then up to maybe around here. Although, yeah, to around here, and then around this, and then pops out like up here or something. and then just completely get rid of this entrance so that that becomes the entrance to the fort. And then, like, here, let me just prototype this a wee bit. Like something like this, basically. And then what I'll be able to do is if I go down to this level and I close this drawbridge and I close this drawbridge and maybe have another drawbridge that blocks this off here, then I could tempt them to go past this, which needs a rework. And then I could pull a lever, which would effectively just turn this entire area into a gurgle chamber. Because I could have them walk straight across this right here. And maybe fill this up with grates or like a drawbridge or something. Because that currently is the main drain. Ships do not exist in this game. You could make a dock, but it wouldn't really do anything per se. So I guess the actual answer is no, because ships don't exist. Ships are like maybe one of the most requested / talked about features of this game. Which, you know, is what it is. Were ships ever going to be a thing? Like I said, they're a planned feature. Were they going to be a thing? I mean, that is the plan. Do I have, like, material evidence of them? Nope, because they don't exist yet. But that is the plan, supposedly. If you believe Tarn. Oh, airships. Fuck if I know. Fuck if I know. That's some make-believe stuff for the current development of the game. Tarn has talked about many things. I don't really want to say things because he's talked about stuff like that, but if I say it, it sounds like he's said it, and I would be putting words in his mouth. I'm not even entirely positive what that is, for whatever that's worth. Happy to help, I guess. Ratus? Yeah, I don't know exactly what I can do with this. I may also do something similar to this, but for the middle of this. Ooh, actually I could very much. Let's see what I could do. Like if I go straight down here, where does this end up? Oh, that's pretty good. Actually, that is pretty good. The other thing I could do with that is go down 2. Go up 1. This is becoming kind of a ridiculously big project in a lot of ways. Hopefully it's not getting hard to follow. Do let me know if it gets hard to follow, chat. My structure's in 3D. Don't ask too often, but I mean, you're not going to see them in 3D because I don't have Armok Vision installed, but I do have Stone Sense. Fingers crossed it doesn't crash. Oopsies. Wrong button. Okay, let's just get multiple layers on the screen. Just go to the edge of the map to do that. So this is like... Okay, hold on. I need to figure out where I am. That's my central staircase. Let's go up, 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 up to here. Is there a way to zoom out to see more of the map? Does anybody know the hotkey at all? This isn't a mod. This is a stone. This is Stone Sense. It's a DF hack script, but it's not really a mod. It's just a plugin for DF hack. It's a visualizer, although it is quite crashy. Be cautious with it. I've had some pretty rough experiences with it, like breaking shit and corrupting files, but admittedly that was a long time ago, so this is more just like a word of caution, not like an ongoing concern so much. But, you know, it's just something to be aware of if you're using it. But they've been doing a lot of good work improving it recently, making it more stable and such. But if you open up DF hack and you type in Stone Sense, you'll get this. So yeah, this is the fortress. But yeah, if anybody knows the hotkey to zoom out, I don't actually know what it is. I know that there is one, but I don't. So while it's loading and it's showing the black screen, if you try to make it full screen while it's loading, it almost always crashes. That's just my experience, though. No, so Stone Sense has its own control scheme versus the game. So I'm not actually controlling the game with the normal controls. I'm using a different set of hotkeys currently. Ah, I found it. It's the old one. Now I need to figure out how to see more of it at once. There we go. Solidify them. See more of them. Need to figure out how to see more tiles at once. It's like, that's the surface. Peter Molyneux's cube, yeah, kinda. You expect skateboarding dwarves? Oh shit, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, you can see the cavern layers. The depth of the cavern layers. I think this might be the most actively maintained visualizer left. It's not comma. I've tried that. Comma just does this. And like period and period and comma do this. Colon does this. Does nothing. I'm literally just hitting random buttons on the keyboard at this point. It's nothing on the numpad. But yeah. It's not tab. It's fun. Oh, I found it. I found it! If this crashes, it's my own bad. Let's hold control and arrow keys to expand or retract the viewport. So now I'm viewing the whole map. And then that's zooming all the way out and then all the way back in. Let's go all the way up to the top. So there you go. That's the whole map and the giant Kia on the surface. The surface of the fort is a bit unremarkable at the moment. This is very laggy, let me tell you. Holy shit. And you can go underground. That's the first level of the fort, second level of the fort, third level of the fort, plus all the new designations. Then it goes all the way down to these very tall cavern layers. Oh, trust me, I'm getting like I'm scrolling one layer at a time. And I don't scroll until the next one pops up. So like, it's maybe 5 frames a second it's running at. Yeah, when I see people talking about like Dwarf Fortress being unstable and crashing a lot, I almost always ask them like, do you play with DF hack running? And if the answer is yes, it's like, or rather, Stone Sense running through DF hack. If the answer is yes, it's like, well, that's why your game crashes so much. Because Stone Sense does destabilize the game a lot. But like, as a visualizer, to just like scroll around and look at things, it's really cool. I do still think it looks a little ugly, but it's a neat tool. And then that right there is the fun tube, where I'm forging. And that's as far down as it goes. There you go. And it didn't crash. Ha! I did hear my fan spin up, though. God, the game runs so much faster without this thing running. Let's actually cancel that. Okay, so once I get up to here, we'll figure out where we're going. We'll figure out where we're going. Because right now, that's all that we have here for drainage. So maybe what I need to do is just get more drainage. There goes the miners. It was a big excavation project, let me tell you. Big excavation project. So now I need to figure out... Yeah, I guess this is the way. Actually, this is the way. Going to plop down a tile and dig through that. But I'm pretty sure these dwarfs are pretty busy at the moment. Thanks, Loveless. So yeah, I hope that satisfied your guys' need to see that. I need to get rid of some dead Crundles. And also satisfy this, hopefully. Not piss them off. This is a bit ramshackle. Chat, do you guys have a favorite visualizer for Dwarfport? Because I think, like, for most people, it's Stone Sense. I'm presuming Armok Vision still gets updated. I haven't seen it talked about in a long time, though. The one that I miss is the one that used to let you export forts into Minecraft. That was probably my like, the one I miss the most from the peak eras of Dwarfport. Lead statue of purring maggots. Wow, okay. Silver statue. Silver statue, silver statue, silver statue, silver statue. Silver. Lead. Going back to lead. Do the leads in the corners. Those are going to take 10,000 years to get constructed. We'll see what the value is at when that's all done. Armok Vision is like a very low poly, but it's like a 3D environment that you can fly around. But yeah, also Peter Molyneux's cube was not something I thought I would see in my chat this year, let alone today. Do magma forges use up the lava below them, or are they infinite? They do not use up the lava below them, no. But you still need, like, fuel to, you know... You still need fuel to make other things. Let's also make rock blocks. Which it seems like I'm out of. Let's just do 2,000. Fuck it. Okay, so this right here, I'm just going to smooth all of it, fortify all of it, dig down a layer, repeat. Ha! Look at that! They made it into here. Do the same right here. So I could just do this as one big shaft, but then I would have to redig it in places. So chat, it's Wednesday. How's your week been? What you been playing this weekend? This past weekend, or this week? What games are you interested in at the moment? Have you been playing anything particularly fascinating or fun? I need to stop playing Megabonk. It's destroying my life. That's been me recently. What I think I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to dig a large... I'll do this on a slightly lower priority. I'm going to dig a large staircase here. That's just going to go down to there. And go all the way up to here. And then go down. I said staircase, then didn't designate a staircase. Dig a staircase all the way up and down here. And then just go through and channel it out. Because the nice thing about staircases is it's safer to channel them out than non-staircases. I think that'll actually do just fine. This center bit I need to fix. You played Foundations in DF? Like, as in the game Foundation? I kind of wish I liked Foundation. Foundation is like a game that I should love, but just kind of... It's never really done anything for me. DF, Songs of Six, and Astronauts is on your playlist as of late. You got some stuff from Humble Bundle that you need to actually play. Nine Souls, oh yeah, sure. I've heard about Nine Souls. I've never actually seen Nine Souls being played, but I've heard about it. Beholder, Conductor, Paper Please on a Trade. Oh, cool. I played Mars After Midnight, which is an Eric Pope game for the Playdate, which is kind of like Papers, Please if you were a bouncer on Mars, which was neat. Chat, I need to take a real quick piss break. I will be back in a sec. Does chess count? Absolutely. Hear me. I have made it back successfully. Playdate gang? Yep. My Playdate is mostly a clock, but I do occasionally pick up games for it. That being said, I don't really use it much. How do I put this? As like a... I don't use it a lot as a... like a game playing device. It's mostly a clock, and I don't really buy the seasons. However, I do quite often enjoy just the individual games that are released for it. But I mean, I think of it as a toy for people who really like video games, not really a console, so. I've certainly gotten enough time out of it that it was worth the purchase. High social awareness. Ungrateful. Values introspection and finds leisure time wasteful. No, the orcas hung around a bit at the beginning and they haven't come back. There has been the occasional water creature, but the giant orcas came and went pretty quick. I feel like in order for the giant orcas to be a regular thing, I would probably need to irritate the Untamed Wilds, which means I would probably need to do a lot of terraforming at the bottom of the ocean, which admittedly I'm trying to do. It's just, that's difficult. Personally thinks that there's something deeply wrong with some people. Me too. Hates the truth, hates perseverance. This dwarf would be awful in the military, but also dreams of attaining a rank in society. Believes that power over others is something to strive for. The naming redeem should be up, by the way. Cut in Kenshi and Helldivers from the YouTube side as well. Quick questions. Yeah, I already read that. Yeah, my short list of games that I want to get back into and play again are, I really want to play, I'm kind of starting to get the Songs of Six itch, I think mostly because enough people have talked about it recently. I've started to get the, name a female He-Man. Isn't there a lady character in He-Man? Wouldn't they need to be in the military then? Are you brave? Can handle stress, sure. We'll just chuck this lady in. She-Ra. Why don't we name her She-Ra then? If you like CUD, you'll enjoy Kenshi. I've played Kenshi. I've bounced off of Kenshi really hard, but I never played the released version. I tried a couple of times. I don't know. I feel like I'm in a weird spot with Kenshi, and I've been in this place with other games in the past where it's like, I'll wait until it's out of early access and then try it again. And it comes out of early access and I'm busy. And then I'm like, I'll wait for the sequel. And so that's kind of where I'm at with Kenshi. Like, I think my problem with Kenshi is I fucking hate looking at it. Like, I find that game to be, like, offensive looking, which I guess is, like, how a lot of people feel that Dwarf Fortress looked or looks. Like, I find that game to just be, like, aggressively ugly. But does this work for you, Tony? So like another 12 years. For some reason, I think it'll be sooner than that. But sure. Sure. Why not? 12 years. Like, I think for me, there are other games that scratch similar itches to Kenshi. Like, I would rather play Mountain Blade, which I've been playing a little bit recently, because that new DLC is a lot of fun. And like, the other game that I can pick up if I feel that I need that. Oh, geez. Oh, I see. I'm still in desktop mode. I'm like, why is my screen flickering? There we go. That should fix it. The other game that I play when I feel the need for that kind of thing, I guess, would be Star Sector now. But I need to figure out how to get around that combat more. I mean, Cruelty Squad, I found another game that's maybe uglier than Cruelty Squad. At least I think it's uglier. Cruelty Squad, like, is a game I want to play. Like, actively I want to play that game, but watching the trailer makes me motion sick. So, like, I respect that game for what it is. I don't think I could ever play it. I think I would throw up. Like, there's games that are ugly, and then there's games that are, like, actively, aggressively anti-player, and I think that game definitely falls over that line. You would love Star Sector? What's stopping you? The sketchy credit card input? The combat in Star Sector is just, like, painfully difficult. So am I naming her She-Ra? I mean, I can name her He-Mans. I'm just asking if this one works for you. Like, I don't care if we name it He-Mans. But Tower Hails. I'm presuming that means this works. She is private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information about herself. She relies on the advice of others during decision-making and is quite ambitious. She's very humble, and she tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. She makes a small mess with her own possessions, and she is somewhat quarrelsome, and she's bothered by this since she values friendship. She often acts with compassion, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly and doesn't focus on material goods and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Yeah, Star Sector is still being developed. It's one of those weird off Steam games, you know? Like, I have it installed, but my version's out of date now. You have to, like, follow the dev on social media or, like, subscribe to his email list to get patch notes. Oh, you just haven't gotten to play it yet? Work? Yeah, no, I getcha, Randall. That game's kind of a lot, though, I will say that. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles only mildly in inclement weather. She dreams of raising a family and personally finds moderation and self-control to be very important and hates the law. She likes granite, steel, and harlequin opal, as well as stout leather and sheep's wool and figurines and buckets and pepper plants for their fruit, and when possible prefers to consume banana beer and durians, and absolutely hates blood gnats. She hasn't killed anything. She's a broad body, which is very frail, and her hair is straight, and her very long hair is braided. She worships the keeper of blankets and is a glazer diagnoser. Welcome to the fort. But yeah, that's my kind of problem is the wrong word. That's the reason I don't play Kenshi, really, is because I genuinely think it's awful looking. I think if Kenshi had like a simpler art style, I would be more into it, because like, yeah, I don't know. I think that we all have like certain things where it's just like, wow, a lot of these dwarves dream of attaining a rank in society, typical peasant. Prove your prowess on the battlefield, and I will consider allowing you to rule society. Developed empathy, values power. Values martial prowess. Wow. Tends to avoid physical confrontations. Dreams of mastering a skill. I get another squad. The Cobalt Dead is actually a good name. Not dutiful. Doesn't value skills related to fighting. All right. There's a pony. So I haven't been attacked yet. But we have had several Forgotten Beasts, so I don't think this fort's been boring. I really hope you guys don't find this fort boring. That's always like a concern that I run into in forts like this, where like things get quiet for a while. Like, I often start to get worried. It's like, oh crap, hopefully chat's not bored. So hopefully you guys are enjoying this fort, because I kind of am. I think like it's been nice to just kind of pluck away at things. And like we're at war with stuff, and they're pretty far away, which is why we haven't been attacked by many things. Like, the goblins are pretty far off, and it's going to take a lot for them to aggro us. But I could start a war at just about any time. I'm just kind of using this current situation to my advantage. Or the current calmness, I guess, to my advantage. It's like in older versions of the game, when the game was quiet for a while like this, I was just like, yeah, whatever. But it's being quiet for a while, and I'm like, yes, I've got time to prepare. Like, finally, now's my chance. I've been training since the update for this, to be able to build an impenetrable ocean fortress on the bottom of the Great Sea. Okay, maybe not quite, but... Still, it's progress. You're enjoying the calm before the hurricane? Is that what it is? Yeah, I need to figure out what to do with that. Exactly. The Helpful Glove Doctrine has many worshippers in Wavepool and now requires a temple complex and a high priest, which is this one. So I need to increase the value of this By a healthy chunk. I want to say we have a cat. Okay. I want to say we have a cap. Jagged steel cap. Yeah, this one. Actually, no, the pig iron one was the more recent one. Let's see what that does first. We haven't had any sieges, but we've had Ettins, we've had like 5 or 6 forgotten beasts today. One of which I killed without even noticing. You just booted up the game? I don't know. See if a location catches your fancy and then go from there. Excellent. So Mac is now the high shell. And Moreb is now my sacred medicine. Yeah, no, so far, admittedly, this fort's been pretty calm. Yes, the Shell, the lovely character from Portal. Okay, let's do stone clay. And that's it. I also need to just expand down here. This could end up being clothing. Like a big clothing stockpile. Oh shit, tons of quartzite. And make the outside of this a different color. Let's just do basalt. Nice shifting color. This is just going to be looms and stockpiles. Probably like a clothing stockpile. Two of your 3 forts since the update didn't get any sieges in the first 10 years. You're trying to figure out why they don't attack as frequently as they did before. It could be luck of the draw. It could be luck of the draw. It could also literally just be... Because, like... What's the word? The last patch had that one change that was... I think what's happening is a lot of the reasons for wars to start have changed. And they seem to be a lot more dependent and less mechanical. And I'm wondering if things like distance apply more now. Because like this fort's been the same, right? Like I haven't had any sieges yet. And we're 5 years in. And I'd be willing to bet if I just kept trucking along like this, I wouldn't get a siege. But like, there are goblins that would go to war with me, but I'm pretty far away from all of them. I don't have any visitors, so they wouldn't be seeing my stuff. So I think that's actually a good thing. Like stuff like this being less mechanical and more, you know, varied, I guess is maybe the way to put it. I need to get rid of these crumbles. But at the same time, I can't just drop those in there. That would be too dangerous. Yeah, I don't know. I need to just go up here and just, you know, we just got that dump zone right there, which is plenty. So yeah, it wouldn't actually surprise me if some stuff has actually changed that we just haven't figured out yet. Kogutox, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Should pop up in the chat in a moment. There it is. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that? Like an ant's nest? That's a new one. I've gotten like mushrooms, various Pokemon, other things, but no ant's nest. So I do have to say that's the first one for me. So I want a stockpile for clothing. And for armor. But no metal? Yeah, just no metal. No glass, no bone, no shields. Just braize, leggings, loincloths, skirts, thongs, trousers. You, shoes, socks, caps, hoods, masks, turbans, sure, why not? Head scarves, head veils. Doesn't matter if I can make them or not, just basically no armor specifically. Alright, that's what that's going to be. Then I'll have to filter it, but we'll run it that way initially. The Coven of Squids. Did I not? I guess I didn't make a temple to the Coven of Squids. Okay, well, I'll plop one over here. Actually, why don't I put you several down there? Get rid of the top two. Recheck the size. 12 by 12, perfect. Let's widen you a little bit. And then I will send a walkway through this way. Because it would make sense to connect to that. Excellent. Toasted goblins are at war with, and you're regularly raiding their 3,000 pop pit. They seem focused on attacking the humans from what you can tell. That's also possible. I mean, I've seen that happen before this version, where there's like, just for all intents and purpose, like a lot that's already taking up their invading forces, and so you just don't get attacked because they're too busy attacking other things. Like, everything has limited resources, right? So if they're depleting their military trying to fight the humans, then they're not going to focus on you as much. Now you're with more than 60 hours in the last week? Damn! That's a lot of time. Hopefully, like, you can afford those hours. 'Cause, geez, man. That's a lot of time to spend in a week. That is a lot of time. Yeah, that's also the case. Like, if you don't have a lot of active goblin factions as well, like, probably the best way to get invaded actually would be to invade the humans. Help out the goblins. You know, invade the humans. Destroy their capital. Let the goblins take over. Then they'll attack you. That'll do it. Or that would do it. Yeah, and also that's something I like, Messiah, is like sometimes things just don't make sense in Dwarf Fortress, and there's no real way to explain why something is or isn't happening, which, as a person who tutorializes this game, can be a bit of a nightmare, admittedly. But like at the same time, I think is one of the things that makes this game really interesting, is the fact that I can't always explain everything about why stuff is happening the way it is. I think I need to increase Oh, I see what we did. I need to increase the amount of brewing we're doing. Because currently I'm only brewing 150 whenever it runs out. Let's bump that up to 350 and start whenever our drinks go below 200. Keep the numbers higher. Get some other stuff done while you let the sim run. Yeah, that's true. Depending on how fast it's running. I have met people before who play forts that run like shit, and they just use it as an excuse to get up and do other things. Which is, honestly, a bit of a vibe, if you ask me. This papermaker would like martial training. Okay. Okay, what do you guys have for equipment? Basically nothing, that's fine. Okay, let's get these 2 squads training. And this right here is going to allow you to train. So I'm going to get both of them training, because this squad hasn't really done much in the way of training yet. See how this top squad's doing. Let's actually get you 2 training again. They should go train over here. Got an adept spear dwarf. I'm going to go train. They're all very good dodgers, but that's about it. Also, still haven't built that hospital, which was something I said I needed to do today, and I stand by that. I do still need to do that, but... Am I making bins? Probably out of wood, right? Yep. I am, in fact, stock out of wood. My woodcutter's napping. Kind of became like an aquarium. You need to poke it once a week. Other than that, it'll run. Oh, yeah, I see. How am I doing? You waved at me a few days ago while riding your scooter. Oh, that was you! Hi! I randomly got shouted at, and I was like, what? I was talking about that this morning. Like, that's a little random. Not the first time it's happened, though. What's up? No raids yet? No, this fort's been, like, very calm. We were just talking about that. Which, you know, means I'm probably going to be over-defended when I do just start mass invading the enemy. Get ready to watch Mood's tank in a second, because everybody's about to get upset about going outside, but... is what it is. Let's also, just get a little paved road up here. Holy shit, that's a lot of Kia. Wonder what happens. I wonder how this will go. Wonder if they'll just attack the Kia. Something's collapsed on the surface. Uh-oh. Still alive there. Eh, it's fine. It's a little dusty. Needs a shower. Well, they do seem to fire bolts and are missing a whole lot. Well, nothing better than a live fire test, eh? Some of them are taking hits. One of them's dead. They're splitting. You right there. It's not a bad opportunity for some training. Certainly going to lose the rustiness. This guy's got a brick in his claws and is now dead. There goes another one. I wonder if they're actually... Wow, they are actually drowning. Huh. Kia are probably not too thrilled. It's good to see them gain a little bit of skill in Marksdwarf doing that. Because I've just got them training wrestling rather than wasting ammo. He is stealing my bolts, yeah, by getting them shot directly into their foreheads. Certainly. Gotta get that done. Probably pretty effective. I mean, they're very effective against random baddies, so why wouldn't they be effective against giant Kias? It would just make sense. They'd be effective. Who's my favorite dwarf? Alf was kind of funny. Hammerhead survived. Letteran got stuck in the caverns for a while, and that was entertaining. Tim and Mac are kind of amusing. I don't know if I really have a favorite one in this fort at the moment. Probably Tim or Mac. But, like... I think, like, there hasn't been any super heroic events in this fort. Shrubbert's getting pissed off. I'm gonna boot you out of the military, actually. Let's give somebody else a turn for training. I was like, this fort's been a little weird. Like, it's been weird in that things have been entertaining, but also at the same time, very quiet. So nobody's really had the opportunity to super heavily stand out just yet. But I'm sure we'll get there. Yeah, I just need to make more bins. Where are we at on bins? Did I really finish that order? No. I just need to wait for them to reissue it. Yeah, I kind of love and hate bolt throwers. I think bolt throwers are a huge expense because, like, something that I've found, like, the more I use them is, I run out of ammunition for them. So, like, it uses up your good ammunition unless you prioritize the not good ammunition, and then they're not that good. Like, I think I like catapults more currently. But I also haven't built any siege weaponry in this fort yet. Which, watch me regret that. Scores are we doing to here? All the way down. All the way down. And all the way down. We'll slowly filter this one up until it's just all the way up and all the way down to the bottom. I don't know, has anybody in chat... Speaking of bolt throwers' effectiveness, has anybody messed around with digging too deep recently? Because I know that there was, like, a small series of reports of, like, running into problems when digging too deeply where, like, hell would just, like, murder itself. And I'm actually kind of curious if anybody's done that recently to experience, like, see what happens. Because, like, that's another option for this fort, if I don't get invaded, is to just actually build, like, 12 squads of like high-end soldiers and then just invade hell with a bunch of bolt throwers. I think that's a valid option. Considering like I have access, I could probably do that in like a matter of hours, not even. What do you think, chat? Go for the hell invasion? I mean, what could possibly go wrong? I'm also certainly going to need some more marble pretty soon. Did I not set you to be butchered? Oh, I see. I can't, you're a pet. What the hell? I mean, what the hell? Why the hell not? I think that's what you mean, right, Stone? I mean, set this to priority 4 because it's not a huge concern, but we could kind of go this way. And down into here and then around. Do something down there eventually. But for right now, the focus for me is this. So maybe this should all be priority 2 except for the edge. Dig channel. But yeah, I think that's probably what we'll do then. A little bit of a lurky day today, to be frank. But hope chat's doing well out there and enjoying the stream. As things quietly move forward. I'm really curious to see where this fort goes. I think like this is maybe the most excited I've been about a fort since the siege update. Because like, you know, I've certainly... Oopsies. What collapsed? Found dead? Oh no! Did you just get hit in the head with a rock? God damn it, Sasset. You had a wife, didn't you? Rest in peace. Poor old Zasset. The soft-headed. If he'd just been more hard-headed, he wouldn't have died when a rock landed on it. It's a shame, really. All these kinds of deconstructions are going to be a little dangerous. There's like no way to do it perfectly safely. Chat, can I get a round of Fs, please? Please and thank you. That poor dwarf. Didn't deserve it. But he got it. It's a shame. Can't win them all. This is kind of like a please wear hard hat zone. Truth be told. Was the ocean fort considered untamed? Yes. Both the surface and the ground are both untamed wilds. Also in an ad break, so I'll pause. That popped up while I was reading the YouTube chat. But yeah, bleh. Voice is just like failing me. But yeah, I guess the plan for this is to just assume that the goblins are going to take their time, prep for goblins, but primarily prep for invading hell. I think that's what we'll do. And I will just prepare bolt throwers and catapult. You know what? Actually, maybe ballista. If we're invading hell, maybe ballista. Maybe ballista's the way to go. Ballista and bolt throwers and catapults. Drop some shit on their heads. Tell them to kiss Armok's ass goodbye. Certainly, but while their uniform is on, they will get uniform conflicts. You can do that, but I'll tell you this. If a fully armed soldier had a boulder or like 15 boulders land on their head like that dwarf just did, they would also die. Like, bruising to the brain is a form of killing yourself. So that would absolutely still kill them, is, I guess, like the answer to that. But like on paper, yeah, I guess you could. Then I'm going to go over here and just smooth all this. I'm going to need to test the ocean Vamos again soon, once I get this a little bit prettier. It's kind of ugly at the moment. Are they incapable of reaching that? No. You may not be able to exit this. Nope, they can. It's a little weird. It's just weird that there's a thirsty dwarf running around in here. What's going on with my drinks? Am I out of barrels? Okay, let's just do this. Rock pots. 800. Maybe not 800. Let's just do 100. And wooden bucket. Yeah, fuck it. Actually, let's do iron buckets. We'll do 20 of them. Beard and an axe. I don't actually know if I have any axe dwarves. Let me look. Because I've been doing mostly spears. You're named. I don't have a single unnamed bearded axe dwarf. Like the Viking. Is a spear okay? Because if you want a spear, I got lots. I literally have one woodcutter and don't need any more. So, and they're also named and don't have a beard. So I don't really want to assign another one. If you want a military dwarf, I could give you a spear dwarf. Otherwise, we're going to have to go with something else. Because I'm trying very hard to not use axes in the military. Spear will do. Okay. Did you have any preference of anybody from this list? Yeah, like Kosoth or... yeah, it looks like Kosoth. Yeah, it's literally just Kosoth or Zon here. Zon or Kosoth. So I guess it depends on whether or not you want a black beard and pale skin or darker skin and a gray beard. Skull is not the name of a dwarf. I know what that means, but it's also not the name of a dwarf. So, which one would you like? Skull! They're both bald? I will just go with this one. Is it IGGL the Viking or IGGI the Viking? Twitch's font is betraying me. Also, my dwarven caravan has arrived to trade. Hey, chat. Chat's been very lurky this afternoon. If you're hanging out in chat, if you could help keep the chat moving, that'd be greatly appreciated. Of course, if you're lurking, you don't have time, don't worry about it so much. But all I really ask for his conversation. It's IGGI. Mayor Judge has been reelected. The humans are here to trade. And he revels in chaos and discord and encourages it whenever possible. He is a coward and completely is overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger. He's ruled by irresistible cravings and urges and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He isn't particularly ambitious, quick to form negative views about things, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He is moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He has little interest in joking around and tends to hang on to grievances. He doesn't often feel envious of others and is quick to anger. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. And he generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally thoroughly is disgusted by cooperation and finds sacrifice to be the highest of ideals. He respects development of a skill and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. He likes marble, bronze, and emerald and sheep's wool, as well as the color periwinkle, gloves, and the words of the musical lark, and the sound of the euphoria of music, and the sight of the wonder of cavorting, and when possible prefers to consume mackerel, dwarven rum, and cowpeas, and absolutely hates fire snakes. It's a broad body made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard, and he worships Aino Sodahode Kaspadaralu, which is the god of rain. Chaos-loving coward. Damn right! And his eyes kind of look like Squidward. I love it. All right, let's sell some stuff to the humans. I didn't trade with them last year, but we've upped our clothing industry, so I could sell them a bunch of used clothing that won't fit them. We'll sell more to the dwarves when they come by, though. Let's also just go into here. Well, actually, no, let's go to ammunition. Just all the bone bolts. Amy? I'm not sure who Amy is. You mean, like Amy from The Simpsons? Oh, I getcha. Chaos Reigns, right. We'll off work, cracked a beer and you're eating some hot soup. My brain read that as hot soap, and I'm like, that's concerning. Maybe you should clean out your bowl more. Or curse less. Bubbles. Exactly. How do you like these bubbles? Not very much. That's how. This is for the Coven of Squids. I'm gonna go blocks. Let's just do basalt. I'll do quartzite for the outermost wall. I may just end up smoothing this one. We'll see. Depends on the value when I get that far. I'm really happy that I found a bunch of quartzite under this ocean. It's a fun material. So down here, actually no. Here's something should have done a while ago. Where does this end up? go all the way up. Although... yeah, fuck it. I can just go up this way. I'll just block that off right away. That's going to be my water access. But I have to go down to here right away. Build 2 wall pieces right there. And 2 wall pieces right there. And 2 floor pieces right there. And then the next thing I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to make a pump for the bottom here. Because otherwise this is just going to be all salt water. Which means I need a iron cork, an iron pipe. Your day was minus 30? That is entirely too cold. That is way too cold, let me tell you. Okay. Let's also get that done and dealt with. Dig you over to here. Let's jump over to here and check trading. There's kind of a lot happening at the moment. Grab everything. Let's grab the gems and you. Let's grab the 2 chains out of laziness. Scroll down, do that. Books. Oh, never mind. Don't actually have the value for this. Okay, I'll just grab the things I need then. Which I'm pretty sure at this precise second is everything I've already claimed, unless there's buckets. Which I'll just buy as is. Call it. Yes, boss. Spotted. Will do. Your snow keeps melting within like 48 hours? I think it's gone below freezing once so far this winter. Which is like pretty mild for the most part. Pretty bloody mild. There we go. We're making wooden bins. That's what I want to see. That is precisely what I want to see. So I got a lot of places where bins need to go. You're going to have snow where you live until March? Yeah. Something that I actually quite like about where I live is... we'll maybe get some snow in February. And it won't last super long. Kind of specifically one of the things that I went for when I decided to move here. You don't get too far below 0. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh no, another miner was found dead. Probably a mining accident in one of the... Yep. Definitely just got hit with a bunch of boulders all at once. Which is a bloody shame, but it is what it is. Question is, I do not have any unclaimed tombs at the moment. Let's queue up 2. Cool. You're basically a Nord. Yeah, no, I mean that sounds about right. Like, on one hand, I really like snow, but the fact that I can't drive makes it excruciatingly inconvenient to be in a place where it snows because, like, you know, I need to be able to go get groceries and things. And I end up, like, getting groceries online more at this time of year anyway. Purely because of the fact that, like, it rains a lot at this time of year. Maybe not a lot, but, like, it rains enough that it is a bother to get groceries right at the moment. Let's just make sure I got all the way up here. So I generally, you know, try my damnedest to, whenever it makes sense, to go to the grocery store, but yeah, that's the, like, my living room has the heat on because my living room gets a little chilly and that's where all my houseplants are. By a little chilly, I mean, like, it goes below 15 degrees ambient. So I try to keep it at, like, 17 so my houseplants don't die. And then this room, which just has a monstera in it, which is pretty hardy. And then also some lilies and some bamboo on my desk because I need desk plants. This room, I haven't turned the heat on yet. I didn't turn the heat on last year. And, like, the computer just heats it during the day. Like, it's, like, 18 degrees in here, 20 degrees maybe. T-shirts and sockless. Got a Potter that is taken by a Fey mood. Now, are you going to claim a kiln? No, you're going down. Okay, so you're gonna go for the forges then. You're just getting insanely cold because you grew up. Yeah, no, that's like mostly wind cold though, right? Dry, cold wind. Has grabbed iron already. Looks like we're getting another an iron armor artifact. Which should be good. Dry, cold, and wind. Yeah. No, I've experienced that, but again, difficult to acquire groceries. Which is like my tolerance for winter level in day-to-day life is like, how challenging does it make the acquisition of lunch? If high challenge level to acquire lunch in the winter, I'm going to be annoyed by it. Okay, let's just go here. Unpause all the tasks. If I can. And set this up as a temple to the god of rain. I'm not counting the walls because they'll lower the value because they're rough at the moment. The something of squids. God of the rain. Accept it. Covenant of squids. I think I can probably get this up to high enough value without any crazy shenanigans. Let's just get those lead statues in here. Do I have... Nope, do not have one of those, I think. Pull this one out of here. Do I even have any tables left? Singular table. How about thrones? Well, how about instruments? Nothing really. Okay. We will engrave the outermost wall. Like New Brunswick or Nebraska? I never know what people are talking about when they say NB. New Brunswick? Okay. As opposed to Old Brunswick, right. You're gonna say your PC does a great job heating your condo up, but it's a problem in the summer. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Mosiah. I don't think I've actually had an issue with my computer overheating in a very long time, ever since I invested heavily in not sponsored by Noctua fans. So I like my computer has like, it's like 6 Noctua fans in it. So like just 2 on the back, 2 on the front, 2 on the cooler. And yeah, like it does boot out a lot of heat, but I didn't have problems with it overheating all summer, so. Who'd want to go to Old Brunswick? Sure they have a good old town. I'm aware that that's not really a thing. Actually, it would probably require like some Doc Brown shenanigans, and we'd have to call Marty McFly and go to 88 miles an hour. And who died? Chat room, I'm sad. A cave crocodile killed Tim. It bit Tim in the lower leg. Whatever the really big one that they have is, yeah. Yeah, but that's just Brunswick. That's not Old Brunswick. I mean, it still works, Letteran. Honestly, if you said nothing, it would have fit right in. This was our expedition leader. Doesn't feel anything at somebody's death. Rest in peace, Tim. Very, very sad about that. I should have, like, isolated that dwarf inside, but... I didn't think to. Who is Tim? Tim was my expedition leader. And a rare gay dwarf. Not something that you run into super frequently. I'm actually just going to make one up here for dwarves of importance, like nobles and such. Like Hammerhead, my manager. Alf to make me a noble dwarf. Mac. Grumpy. Oh, I should also let them go down to the furthest of the basement. Schrubbert. Yeah. Will be known as Tim's Day. I'm gonna get rid of this. Tim deserves a bigger tomb than that. Actually, I got an idea. This was Tim's temple, I think. Nope, that's Mac's temple. This was Tim's temple, right? Nope, that's Gunmetal Unicorns. This was Tim's temple. Yes. The Sacred Guild. I'm gonna give it to Bim, because it rhymes with Tim. And Letteran. You can be a performer in here when you're not doing other things. I think Tim gets a tomb under here. You're gonna do the axe dance? Yeah, you're gonna do the the choppy choppy, you know? Oh, Jesus H. Christ. So, this crocodile is actually a menace. And I need to drain this. In fact, we can start draining this by doing that. Here goes the Marks Dwarves. Heading out to go deal with this creature. Man, you've got a big-ass family, this dwarf. Our hateful leader. Admittedly, Tim was a terrible person, but that was kind of what made him funny, is he was an awful individual who hated everybody and most things. But, you know, he helped us build this great fortress. Where would we be without Tim? After all. This creature must die. Disgusting. What? Boris was found dead. Okay. The caverns appear to not like me so much right now. Because we appear to have found a troll. We're also sending this squad down to go fight this and kill this cave crocodile. Hopefully quickly. This is a very bad spot to be entered. Speaking of bad, the Forgotten Beast Urbid has come, has a gigantic skinless Dimetrodon. It has a long, straight horn, and it is slavering. Where it's poison gas. And of course it's on the layer where it can get to me. Okay, well, let's say you and you station here. Here it comes. And boom, just like that, it's in the fort. Maybe run, Urist. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not good, but this we can deal with. Where you just have to hope that the gas isn't bad. Okay, it also looks like they killed the crocodile. Let's just tell them to go kill this troll. It's like the caverns are starting to get upset with us. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just tell everybody who's down here to kill this thing. Because they're all right there. There we go. That's what we needed. Okay, I get to find out if this thing's butcherable. Down here, I need to fill this. That'll fill that back in. Son of Tim. Tim doesn't have a son. So I can't give you a son of Tim. I personally don't feel any dwarf is worthy of the name. Because Tim was just a very specifically hateful dwarf. Maybe Tim's replacement. Timmy. Timmy is unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this since he values friendship. He has a very calm demeanor and an overbearing personality, lives at a high-energy kinetic pace, and is quite polite, often fearful in the face of imminent danger and given to flights of fancy, does not feel lustful often, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and often finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this as he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is quite ambitious and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, doesn't handle stress well, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is married. He's got a wife. He personally values tradition, values family, and values nature, and dreams of creating a great work of art. And likes killinite and rose gold and praise and clumprong wood and giant barn owl leather. Pig iron, or pigtail fabric, ballista parts, and frill sharks for their frilled gill slits. And the words of the Saturn of luxuries and the sound of the heliotrope embrace, and when possible prefers consume seahorse and custard apple cider. And absolutely hates purring maggots. Welcome to the fort. Timmy. He's got a daughter and a wife. He's one of my Mark's dwarves. And how's this temple coming along? It's got a ways to go. Let me just expand this slightly.
Loving the story so far.
Appreciate it, mate. And thanks a ton for that, their Prime sub flicker free for the 4th month. Welcome back. This, you go down 1 level. And then this can be Tim's tomb. And let's pour one out for Timmy. The replacement of Tim. Maybe not the dwarfiest dwarf, but certainly a dwarf of all time. Meanwhile, the potter has created Itnet Sudir, a conical iron helm, and offers it to the magical jaw of sharks. I see that as a way to satisfy the need of this next temple. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So I figured out what that poison gas does. It makes all their skin rot. Diagnosis required. Do I have a diagnoser at the moment? I do, but they're in the military. I need one that's not in the military. Votok, you're gonna be my diagnoser. Autumn, you can be a doctor. I need an additional surgeon. Asob. And an additional bone doctor. English. Then the next thing I need to do is I need to go to that cavern lair, and we're in an ad break, so I will queue stuff up while I'm waiting. That's getting constructed. Which means I need a block there, stair there. And let's go underneath this. Okay, I should be able to channel through this and that. Let's also jump back over here. Sorry if I'm doing a bad job reading chat. There's kind of a few things happening at the moment. But hopefully we can get caught up as we go along here. Because getting this well done is probably priority number 1. Diagnose, you're fucked? No, not at all. They just need a bath. Like, literally, they just need to be showered and cleaned. Once they've been showered, their odds of success are significantly higher. How do I want to do this? Yeah, actually, this is probably the way to do it. But certainly in a lot of pain. Proxy, hello. Certainly in a lot of pain. Okay, yeah, no, they've just got moderate rot over their entire body. Needs cleaning, needs surgery. So, current issue. Yeah, the dwarves had the exact same thought as I did. They're currently going to the surface to clean themselves. Reg was found dead in the hallway. Was Reg attacked? Okay, well, let's just do this. Let's place one of these here. Set this as a tomb and assign it to Tim. Then I can go down to F8, which is right here, and assign the rest of these. Burial. That goes to Regs on Meng. And then let's go tomb. And burial. Let's make 4 more. Okay, I think we're good now. Hervad the Skinless? Hopefully not. That would be bad. And then let's get a tomb there. Once the game's been on pause for a sec, I can queue up a tomb for it. Three dead. No! Hey, chat, remember how at the beginning of the stream I said I need to build a functional hospital? I never did that. There goes my militia commander, whom I now need a replacement for. Gunmetal Unicorn is now running the squads. Good a time as any? Yeah. Yeah. Chat, can I get a big round of Fs for losing my militia commander? I'll be honest, mostly just hadn't had the chance to finish the process of starting it. Let's go with an iron bucket, hemp rope, and a fancy mechanism. Let's unforbid that. Let them finish this. Migrants have arrived. Just gonna finish as much of this as I can. Come on. Okay. This I need to fix. This is kind of fucked at the moment. And by fucked, I mean I need to just block this walkway. Because currently everybody's trying to path through this one tiny stairway and it's breaking everything! Dog, okay. There we go. Now I just need you. Oh, great. Please stop hauling this in this direction. Come on, dwarves, just get out of here. There isn't a way up, though. At least there shouldn't be. Oh. Gotta fix that. Actually, why don't I literally just do this? Also, sup, Smexy. How's things? And also, I don't think I said hi to you, Green Tea. If you're doing well, too. I mean, I knew I was going to regret that, but the real reality of this is, like, not just is it too late, but also, like, I wouldn't have been able to save Tim. Oh, great. I also didn't get to finish this correctly, so now we're just boned for the minute. But let's just finish up all this. Because now they're stuck. Oh, never mind, actually. They still had a way out. Come on, let's just get this done. Come on, dwarves. Come on. Once this is done, I can fill my well up. So now I need a dwarf to come down here and pump. It's going to be Etor. Let's check Strange Mood. We're good. You need to be taken out of this squad, which is the Revered Flags. Yubel. Let's throw somebody else in until they figure out if they hate it or not. Operate pump. But the chat, thank you very much to everybody who's still hanging out today, you know? Appreciate you guys. Also, I've got a whole bunch of water that's now leaking into here, which is fine, but a little stressful. I filled that up pretty quick. So that is now the results of my brewing. And I think I'm just going to lock everybody in this burrow real quick because I'm very concerned about the lack of brewskis. Because my farm is currently kind of not owned, but needs help. So we're going to do that. And I'm going to go up to the surface and gather some plants. And this also covers down here. Yes, it does. Just getting a bunch of seeds planted. Checking the value of you. Did you ever clear? No, you did not. How have I not made pedestals? This is another thing where I'm like, I swear I've queued those up like 4 times. Guess I haven't. You down here. Still not quite high enough value, but I'm sure I've got a bunch of gem windows I could use. Yes, that I do. You did a mud cleanup command in DF hack and it killed your mud patch growing? That's what you get for using the mud cleanup command. Yes, that is how that works. It does clean up all mud. It doesn't care if you need it or not. Forgotten Beast Saf has come. A feathered petrosaur. It has a pair of spindly antennae and it undulates rhythmically. It's dark. Burp. It's dark. Olive feathers are long and sparse. Beware its poison bite. Where is it? Okay, so it's in the lower cavern layer? Is it in the middle one or the bottom one? It's in the bottom one, so it can't get to me. Thankfully, I can ignore that one. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of like things that you can accidentally do to like not screw over your fortress, but make your life a lot more difficult with DF hack if you don't know what you're doing. And that's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you can just like ruin your ability to farm very quickly by simply, you know, using a command. But no, I'm not even farming on mud. I'm just farming in the caverns. It's literally all I'm doing. Also, chat, we're currently $10 away from the daily minimum here on Twitch. $10 US. At the end of the day, though, thank you very much to everybody for tuning in today. A little bit of a quieter day. I presume it's because today was the day I decided to take New Fort out of the title. But big appreciation to those of you who have tuned in today so far. Thanks for $10. Well, I guess that makes that easy.
Letter and cheered. X1000.
Way to steal Staples Business Depot's motto by just doing it. That was easy. Thank you. Means a lot. Okay, well, this will at the very least increase the effectiveness of my hospital, even if it isn't technically a hospital yet. And let's just finish making this reservoir. Let's get this done. That should be the current highest priority. All right. Old New Fort, yeah. It's actually like really funny. It's like the big thing that changes, if I don't stream Dwarf Fortress, I get almost exactly the same number of people tuning in. They just don't watch as long. And if I take New Fort out of my title, I get 10 to 15% less people tuning in. Does that make sense? So if I play like Bannerlord, I'll have an average view count of like 160. But I'll get about 2,100 unique people tuning in on Twitch. Which is, usually I get about 2,500 on when I play Dwarf Fort. But if I play something that isn't Dwarf Fort, I get about the same numbers. Like if it's my first time streaming something new, I get about the same numbers of people tuning in over the span of the day. They just don't watch for as long, which is why the average goes lower. Which is really interesting. For this specific stream, I'm just not going to show my stats directly to you. But, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. Apologies. I'm pretty open about a lot of things, but everybody has their limit. I don't know if I need a hospital as a question. I think that's more of a statement, but more like, where is my hospital? Who didn't build the hospital? It's more what is the question that I ask. But yeah, I don't know. The stat that's like hysterical to me is like the difference in YouTube recommendations between Necron Tears apparently gone insane. Is the difference in recommendations between a there we go, this is satisfied. A fort that says new stream and a fort, or a fort that says new fort in the stream title and a fort that doesn't. Like the difference is like absurd. It's like the difference between YouTube sending out like 100,000 recommendations and like 15,000. Like it's wild, actually. Oh, you meant like our watch time. I thought you meant like for like the watch time I've gotten during today's stream is what you meant. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, let's go down to here and see if we can finish up this in a way that's satisfactory. Actually, no, I want that one further over. There we go. There we go, new there. This will finish draining eventually. Keyword there is eventually. The other thing I think I'm going to do here is dig out all of this. Or not quite all of it. I'm also going to decide a lower priority. And let's get rid of a chunk of that for right here. I'm just going to smooth and fortify this entire wall. We channel it down 1 and 2. Another crazy engineering jobs. Oh, you like the pre-planning stage? Pre-planning stage is interesting. I quite like the pre-planning stage as well. Let's clear you out here. This I'm actually going to do on priority number 1. Because, like, once all of this is done in theory, I will be ready for a siege from the surface. And then once I get past this construction, and I'm ready for a siege from the surface, we can go and invade hell. And that could be the plan for tomorrow. Because this entire thing's gonna fucking geyser itself. Where you end up flooring off all of your stairwells? Oh, like accidentally destroying your own ability to expand kind of thing? I mean, I've been there. Okay, something I'm going to do. This is going to look awful and I'm going to hate it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Furniture. It's just gonna be for furniture. So I got a lot of furniture I gotta move right there. Got all this stuff getting constructed. This is gonna be connected to one lever. One that's next to up here, but a separate one. Let's just go to lever. Yeah, when I'm doing stuff like this, I end up getting really focused on what I'm doing. It's very rare that, like, I get so focused that I forget to, like, talk to chat, but... Lanix, it's good to see you. This is one of those times. Most certainly. How do you keep your military from eventually going insane? Don't put people who would suck in the military, and if you see them getting upset, take them out of the military. Not every dwarf is going to like the process of being in the military, and if you see their moods degrading, just trade them out for somebody else. Some dwarves will really enjoy the process of training and will stay happy, but will fucking hate actually being in the military and doing combat stuff. Some dwarves really like being in the military and doing combat stuff, but will fucking hate training. So you need to kind of balance that and remove dwarves periodically. So, like, I'm checking my military periodically and going, all right, well, most of them are pretty happy, which means generally they're, like, suited for, at the very least, the training side of things. But the second you start seeing dwarves like this one here, like, degrading, it's like, maybe swap you out for somebody else. What's up, Lurk? How's things, mate? So that's how you stop your military from going insane, YouTube chat. Today was your second to last test for school, I presume? You know, I don't think I have something marking here. Say F6. This is the new one. Let's wait for Dwarfy here to finish this up. You know, it's funny because, like, I don't consider any of this to be mega projects. This is just me designing a thing to defend my fort with. Like, I think YouTube chat's definition of mega projects is one that suits me quite well. What I consider a mega project is a fort that is purpose-built specifically to build something. I don't think this is purpose-built specifically to build this flooding the ocean. Because it's not quite to that scale. But it's close. But it kind of, like, doesn't quite make it to mega project for me. Gazoom! Thanks for the 24 months. The 2 years. That requires a round of beers if I ever saw one. I'm also going to close this pretty soon, or get that able to close, because I need one more lever for it, apparently. Let's go back to lever. A round of all three food groups? Beer, wine, and whiskey? Works for me. I don't know if I'd quite say it's a rounded meal, but I'll take one of the three at a time. Work our way up from there. Okay, so somebody's constructing that, but albeit very slowly. Caravan from the dwarves have arrived. That I need to trade with. Let's get that closed up there. Most of my dwarves are digging. They're digging out up top here. It's going to take a little bit. That's draining slowly. I can actually expand this a wee bit more. There's a giant olm getting murdered by one of my dogs. Well, let's just let them work on that and get those closed off. Let me just check you, see how we're doing. Gone all the way up to there, through here, which goes to here. You don't actually have a way of connecting right now, do you? Because you go all the way down to there, and that's going to close. You go up to here, which also doesn't have a way of connecting right now. Okay. So I do actually need to not let that close. The one that I've pulled and told to close, don't actually do that. But it is time to trade, so I'm going to go over here and I'm just going to type in X and we're going to sell a bunch of used clothing. That's what we're going to do. Starting off with that. We're also short on bedrooms at the moment, too. I'm actually kind of surprised moods aren't worse, but I'm not complaining. What can I sell? Sell the dog bone bolts. Why don't we do that? Made with dwarven rum and dwarven beer sounds delicious. What do you mean you don't eat dinner? It's liquid bread, right? Should probably unpause the game, that would help. Freeway is going to come over and trade. Okay, well, it seems that my unbottlenecking of the farming. Sometimes you can't gift certain items to traders, and you've always been confused by that. You can only gift items that were created entirely in your fort. So, like, if you have clothing and it was cloth that you purchased from somebody, you can't gift it to your you can't gift it away. It's very opaque. Doesn't make much sense, but in order for something to be a gift, you have to have made it in your fort. I don't know if that counts for artifacts, though. Once because there was none left for the bakers. Yeah, that's important. That's called, like, greed. See, in the modern world, they would just get bribed, or, like, it would just happen anyway. Like, laws would change, and they'd be like, well, find another food source, you fucks. Yeah, another thing is, like, if something... Oh. Another thing is if something is contraband, it shows up as red. Which can be quite useful. Let's see if they'll trade for that. Sweet. It's good for me. All right. Diplomacy. I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Oh, really? I'm kind of surprised they haven't offered me mountain home yet. Maybe I need to offer them more gifts. I'm just going to ask for another cap again. They want musical instruments. Well, they'll have to settle for what I give them. Not since the initial start, Metal Me Bones. We had a bunch of oh shit, we're actually in an ad break. We had a bunch of orcas and some squids, and then nothing. I need to use the washroom. I will be back. I think I need to agitate the surface to get large animals consistently, so I think I need to go up there and do underwater terraforming. Anyway, I'll be back. That sucks. Queuing green tea. A forgotten beast named the Penny has come. I just heard a weird sound. The heck was that? Might have just been me mishearing something in the game, but anyway, a gigantic hairy earthworm. Lovely. It has a knobby shell and it squirms and fidgets. This is like something from Tremors. It has a dark olive hair, which is long and straight. Beware its poison bite. Well, it's in an area where it can't get to me. There's a forgotten beast on this level called Lure. Or was, I presume. I presume it's dead. And Lure had deadly dust, which made itself start bleeding, and its blood is just fucking everywhere on this cave layer. Bury Terror. Oh gosh, what a name. I still killed 2 goblins. Remember, chat, to bury your terror and forget about it. That seems like bad advice, I don't know. I'm also just going to I'm gonna jump up to here and go to a crafts dwarf shop. I should have one around here, right? Right. I was gonna put a bunch over here and then never did. I should do that. Necrontier's gone insane again. Armok loves worms. What makes you say that? I mean, he likes war and blood. I don't know about worms. Worms just shit out dirt and fertilize plants. And to be fair with Necrontier, they did ask for the least happy young dwarf in the fort, so I provided, and they are not happy. I think it's just one of the types that exist that you see kind of a lot. I actually don't know what determines what they look like, but just make some totems. So I've just got a bunch of skulls lying around. Give us some extra trade goods. Okay. Literally just waiting on this. This one got finished so quickly, and this one is taking 75,000 years. Meanwhile, a forgotten beast named Uthami Manariafovi has come. A quadruped composed of ice. Ah, it's chill. It has 2 long curly tails and it squirms and fidgets. Will this one be able to attack me? It has deadly dust. I hope not. I'm gonna unforbid that now. Beast. Beast. Okay, this one can. If this one can get to me, chat. Friend Ruthless? Okay, hold up. This friend is ruthless. All right, well, I say, luck you must wish me, chat, please. I need a vile force of darkness. We haven't had enough reason to post that since there hasn't been any sieges. I mean, okay, so YouTube chat said it attacks you with toxic snowflakes. Isn't that like, I'd say more likely like shaved ice, but like, wouldn't toxic snowflakes be like, or like splintered ice or something? But toxic snowflakes, isn't that just nuclear fallout? Like, I'm pretty sure that's just nuclear fallout. I'm really scared about this deadly dust, but welcome back, Socks 1 and 2. Okay, Dranos as well. This is an irradiated evil creature. It's going to make all the dwarves just explode into tumors. I still haven't built that hospital, by the way. But at least I have a well now. It's going to pop out over on this side of it. Okay, well, it's hanging out close by, but this is as close as my dwarves can get to it, as far as I can tell. So I'm just going to send them all to here. Oh, it is unreachable. Never mind. I thought that was reachable. Oh, a tree must have grown in the way or something. How silly of me. And I'm not going to be able to dig through this because I got too big of a digging project. We'll see. Oh, I can. Cool. Spicy snow? That's truly terrifying. Oh, I've literally got two separate shelled worm forgotten beasts. You know, you might be onto something that Armok likes worms. You might be onto something. The spicy snow fort. Sunbirths! Yeah, that one comes up a lot. That fort was intense. Maybe one of the most stressful forts I've ever built. That's one of those forts that I kind of regret that I, at the time, wasn't recording footage the way I do now. Because, like, the way I record footage now, I would have made that into a pretty extensive story, but I did, like, you know, it didn't happen. Unfortunately. Like, that fort literally had, like, a pandemic. And it was unpleasant enough to play that I'm not entirely positive I want to see it recreated. Oh, there it is. It's over on this side down here. Here comes the soldiers and the miners. There's definitely a little fun box right there. Yeah, I agree. It's a life of adventure. Pretty good one. You know what's funny? Is I could probably have just left this Forgotten Beast alone. I am poking the devil with this one. Like, I am willingly putting all of these soldiers at risk. Another one has come. This is a towering toucan. Aw. It has 2 straight tails and a bloated body. Beware its poison bite. Something, something beak. Okay, 1 that looks nothing like a toucan. 2, it can't get to me, so it's fine. Yep. It's certainly the season of the beasts. And it's all the way the hell over there. What a thing. This is such a cool cavern lair, I gotta say. It really is a cool one. It's not a bad battlefield either. No, fuck it. Also dig into that. Something spooky comes out of it. I got, oh, here they come. It begins, chat. This thing does have deadly dust. My soldiers see it. Bolts begin flying. It's already lost the ability to stand because it gets hit by a steel bolt, which hits it in the front leg, which fractures it. And it looses some dust. It gets hit in the tail with an iron mace, which chips it. It gets bashed with the shaft of an iron spear, which fractures its leg. It gets stabbed in the upper body with a steel spear, which chips it. Mace Dwarf bashes it, which chips it. Does let out a good gust of this deadly dust, which we have no idea of the effects. It does get stabbed in the lower body with a steel spear. Gets 1 steel spear ripped out of it. Mace Dwarf bashes it and gets stabbed. Let's try moving my marks dwarves up there. More of the dwarves are running into the fight. More pieces are flying. Problem with beasts like this is they literally need to be hit in the brain. Like, he's got a spear stuck in his leg. Because, like, yeah, he's just made of ice, which is pretty brittle, but there you go. Hits him in the head. The flying steel bolt hits him in the head, and the injured part is cloven asunder, and the beast falls. Now we get to find out what this does to my dwarves. And one of my stone crafters has been possessed. I'm just gonna mine out these gems in a moment here. And they claim the crafts dwarf shop. Can you make a walkable stream to wash the dust off? I mean, actually, I already have one. I don't need to make one. I could literally just tell them to go stand right here. Yeah, Yeah, because they're all covered in the dust. Oh, never mind. They're going to the hospital first. Ah, blisters. Not as bad as rotting, but blisters. I'm just going to send them to the hospital. I'm also going to add this into the hospital as an addition now. Never mind, that's not what I wanted to do. It's... House of Gilding. Not bad for 173 dwarves, though. I don't think this will kill them, though, most likely. Assuming they're able to walk out, it shouldn't kill them. Uh-oh. Never mind, they're all dead. Every single one of them. Because it destroyed their lungs. They're all dead. There's no way to avoid this. Anybody that got caught in it is dead. Or at least anybody who inhaled it is dead. So that's Darut and Wilmer, Vervolts. Dominok, Darius, Wraith of Seth, Rattle, Ig the Viking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14.
Bring out
15, 16, Gunmetal's dead. Durvad's dead. We made a quartzite mug. What a vile mug. What a horrid time. It's time to expand the crypt, chat. Feels a bit forced. Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't 100% agree, but I don't disagree. It is kind of brutal. I'll say that, like, I love that Putnam fixed. This is a funny sentence. I love that Putnam fixed Forgotten Beast poisons, because those were broken for a really long time. But I hate that Putnam fixed Forgotten Beast poisons. Because, like, on one hand, it makes the game a lot harder with them fixed. But on the other hand, I do kind of agree. It is maybe like the most artificial that the deaths feel. Which is really funny, because, like, yet people still comment that, like, they should add disease. It's like, this is disease, guys. Just unexpected deaths that you have no way of curing. You know? Yeah, I think, like, I don't disagree. Like, it's that they happen so quickly. Man, I lost an entire squad. I need a new Marks Dwarf leader. Let's throw you in as a leader. I'm gonna get these two squads training. Unless they're already queued up. Get them over here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't disagree that I wish there was more ways to help them. But I also don't mind it, because I like it when things are a threat. And there's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that feel like they should be bigger threats and kind of aren't. Like, chat was even talking about earlier how, like, the demon overlords and the new siege stuff are a bit whelming sometimes because they just show up and die. Which is kind of funny, but, like, I like the fact that they could be a threat, you know? And I think that that also goes for, like, the Forgotten Beasts. Like, they might be fine, but, like, they may also just unexist your squads. And I don't know. I think that there's something about that that's kind of oppressive and scary. And I don't think that's a bad thing. But I do agree. It's a bit intense. Some of them feel a bit too strong. It was like 15, 16 dwarves that we lost. 11 tombs. No, I agree. In regards to the demons. I think more, like, less than that, Dr. Lovelace. And, like, it would be cool if alongside of the... Oh, this would annoy the crap out of some people, but I would love it. You know how dwarves can bring lunches with them? What if they could also, like, bring a pouch with bandages or, like, soap or, like, a wash, like, a piece of cloth or something, or a splint, or at the very least, like, soap, so that, and, like a vial of water so that they could, like, clean themselves or clean themselves enough. Not even medics, but just, like, dwarves already carry a backpack. Like, they literally take 2 meals in their backpack. Like, they could very easily just, like, huck some cloth and soap in that. Triage tools. Certainly, yeah. But, like, again, like, that could also flip it way too far in the other direction where it could get too easy. Like, deadly dust isn't a threat anymore. I could have been more cautious with that, but I decided to go ballsy. But such is life. Such is life. I do like the way this crypt is looking, though. It is very proper crypt-like. There already is. Pharaoh 9. And, like, walking back into the fortress, they would have had to walk through flowing water, which is kind of unintentional, but that would have saved them. And, like, blisters in and of itself isn't actually that bad of a syndrome. It's the fact that it gets in their lungs and, like, kills them. That's the part of it that was bad, right? If it didn't get into their lungs, it wouldn't have been an issue. Well, I can go up to here and get rid of this hospital and just get everything moved down. And let's do iron table, iron chain, traction bench. And then I'm going to go down to F6. You right here. F6, connect to that. You right here are pretty much done. So I say we give this sucker a test run. That's what I say. The good news is that the bodies are going to be easy to clean up. That is the good news, honestly. All right. So, I need to go down here. Just make sure that there's nobody in here. Let's forbid all this. Forbid all that. Still some left, but you right here. Let's pull you. When eaten, you believe? That's distressing. I mean, there's lots of poisonous things that cause internal blistering, but... Uh-oh. Dwarves, you guys don't need that bad. You guys don't need a bath that badly, do you? Hey, welcome back, Clino. We just had a calamity. Bunch of dwarves died far too young. In a military that was just getting rolling. Got some deadly dust that caused everybody to suffocate, so I lost 2.5 squads. I mean, it's more than a well anyway. It's more of a major press have to pay respects. Yep, this is true. Sapphic Megalodon. Alright, so I'm going to seal that. Who's ready to flood the underground a little bit? Just a little bit, you know? Just for science, you know? I think it should be safe to do right now. I'm just checking. Just double checking. Yep. Who's ready for some fun, chat? Well, I have to wait for this ad to end. Right after this ad ends, we're gonna see if we can flood this sucker. Although what I'm going to do is I'm going to unpause the game. I'm going to turn on this burrow. Just make sure everybody's in it. So the only thing I do need to do is I do need to make this smoothed and fortified, but this will be okay for a test run. Now the real question is, how long do I need to wait before this is full? At least until the ad break is over. Then I'll close the bridge at the top. Hello, Dirty Bum. I think you're still alive. You survived the, Yeah, you did. You survived the calamity. The calamity, of course, being most of my military dying. Okay, the ad break should be done. Is toxic dust new? Nope. It's called Deadly Dust. YouTube chat. Forgotten Beasts and Titans can have it. It's been in the game as long as I played. It's one of the abilities that Mega Beasts can have. It is pretty scary. Okay, so when that dwarf pops out, which they just did, I'm gonna grab this, close that. All right, folks, it's time to drain the ocean once that gate's shut. Although there's one thing I would like to check first. Okay, it does appear that everyone's been buried. All right, let's drain this. If you haven't seen the ocean drain yet, do you like frames? We don't need those. Where we're going, we don't need frames. Holy shit. That, like, sorted itself out way faster than I was expecting. Oh, drowned that entire walkway. That's intense. Okay. It's all the way down into here. So now for part 2. Now we just wait. Did you blink? You'll miss it. And then, of course, the real gusher. Let's see how much this blasts up to here. I should also farm up here, actually. So my frame rate is vanishing. I'm currently running at like 2 frames a second. It'll make it up here, I think. Maybe not? Oh. No, it didn't. Cool, so that's actually enough drainage for it. Oh, that's kind of wild. Because it's got all of this now. Oop, well, I kind of... That's... Didn't really think that part through. That's crazy that that's enough drainage, though. It's way smoother than the way it was before. Well, you see, I have a bit more water. Now, there is a problem, and the problem is pretty simple. The problem is I don't actually have enough flow, because that's all of the flow that this has. So I need to shut this whole fucking thing off. See how quickly it drains. And then give it some more flow. Because that's what this does, and it drains down into here, all pretty quickly, actually. Like, that just vanished immediately, which is kind of wild. Because it's still draining out into here. But if I want to speed up the drainage and don't really worry so much about the rest of it, I could just plug this. And just let this drain, because this will drain quite quickly. And then what we're going to do is we're going to build another bridge. Well, actually, no, I do need to cut out the top. That's fine. I'll just let the whole thing drain. Now what I need to do is I need to go up to the top, basically. Dig across, or build across, and give this thing more drainage. Because this is what it's currently doing. This is it refilling. It's fucking tidal waves, man. But yeah, Baron, I'm not like the other one I did recently was lava. I'm not sure which other one you're talking about, but like me getting water from an ocean versus me getting water from like an aquifer or a creek is like an order of magnitude different amounts of liquid. Like this is an exceptionally large amount of liquid, whereas like, you know, other sources are way smaller amounts of liquid. Can you dig upwards? What do you mean? I mean, yeah. Are you saying, can I dig upwards into the ocean? Oh, absolutely. No, I'm going to drop stuff from the ceiling, though, to make more openings. Yeah, I haven't done stuff like this since the, oh, I forgot the name of it now. The fort that I built where I flooded the fort. That fort. I think it was the one where I had no notifications. Scariest thing in Dwarf Fortress. That was the last time I did stuff like this with the ocean. You know what? This will actually make my life a lot easier if I do it this way. It's more natural water pressure. This is just like quantity of water pressure versus like artificial water pressure, if that makes any sense. I'm also going to leave all of this stuff here forbidden. And I'm going to reopen this base level down here. Okay, you are staying open. That's good. Although I will close this because I don't actually want them running off into the caverns at the moment. It's a little bit dangerous. Sweet. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say right here, right there, we're going to dig another layer deeper. And that's a dacite bridge. Doesn't need to be dacite, but... Sure, can do dacite. And a dacite. All that dacite. Oh, they need a walkable space. Let's wait for them to walk to the other side. They go one of these. Boop. I will hook them all up to the same lever as this. But what I need... is to start from here, basically. Go to there. And basically to right here. So that's where I need to go with the first one. And get rid of that, because that's an oops that I didn't intend to do. Hack down all these. And then over here on the other side, same fucking deal. Except on this side, I don't need to chop anything down, which is handy. And now it begins. You like water traps because they preserve Goblinite the best? I disagree with that. I think lava preserves it the best because lava preserves everything of value while ignoring and casting aside things that don't have as much value. So like shitty tattered clothing gets tossed, whereas water leaves all the waterlogged bodies, which is not good for moods and such. I don't know what you're projecting on me, but I have quite good relations with the elves actually in this fort. Precursor. But that sounds like you're projecting. It seems like a personal trauma that you need to deal with on your own time. I would recommend that you consult your local dwarven mayor to shout at somebody in charge to proclaim your strange agenda against our friends of the trees. By rinsing all the stones down as one? It doesn't work as well as you'd think, Kleno. So Radis, you requested a dwarf 26 minutes ago. You should have reminded me. You want somebody in the military. Well, good for you. Everybody died. So let's just... You should be happy, in fact, that I didn't see that until just now. Because otherwise you'd be dead. And not in the military. But you should have told me. Radis is a dabbling spear dwarf who's extremely confident in situations requiring his skills, dislikes obligations, will try to avoid being bound by them, and is conflicted by this since he believes in the importance in the rule of law. He is unfriendly and disagreeable, and is bothered by this since he values friendship. He has an active imagination and isn't particularly curious about the world. He often feels lustful, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and is currently more fearless and is very humble. He's quite ambitious, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and when he's excited, he often tells stories without any real point. He personally views loyalty unfavorably and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. And he likes hematite and tin and almandine and giant badger bone, paper, and jute paper and weapon racks and animal traps and horses for their strength, magpie men for their fondness of shiny objects, and when possible, prefers to consume giant kestrel and gutter crewer. Gross. His very long beard is neatly combed and his sideburns are clean shaven. He's got a son named Athil. His grandfather is Grumpy. One of the longest running dwarves in the fort. Wraith of Seth, who died in the recent fights, was his uncle. His nephew is Alf. And his lover is Tosid. Welcome to the fort. Weapon racks? Specifically? I would assume that any good dwarf would. Sometimes, you know, it like in my mind it's like funny to like pretend to have bad hearing or like bad reading comprehension. Okay. Excellent. Let's just make sure this is in the right spot too. Yes, it is. Now you link to that and link to that. And this right here needs its own lever. This one, specifically, is going to be hooked up to that. Going to dig out this. Chief? Nah. Precursor, I don't generally appreciate the, like, pseudo RP racism in my chat. Within reason, it's fine. But if that's your entire reason to be here, I'm going to just ask you to shut your mouth and cease. That's all. It just lends itself to chat being very unpleasant very quickly, if allowed to fester. So, I'll hail your bad takes. That's for sure. This is all going to get smoothed and fortified, I think. Or at the very least, like, rebuilt. What I think I'm gonna do, I think I'll just dig a trench through the center of that. Let's do rock grates. Like, it's your first time ever speaking in my chat, and the first thing you did is just go on about how we love to chop down trees, which is you enforcing your own personal biases and beliefs on people who may or may not agree. And personally, I don't agree. I like trading with the elves. And now you're continuing. Don't make me clown on you, child. Grow up. This bit is actually very funny to me, believe it or not. But it does make you look really dumb. So, hey chat, can I get a round of beers? Let's have some more nuanced discussions, shall we? You're a responsible spear dwarf with terrible taste. My butt. You're a rat. It's right in your name there.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Well, that seems like a silly tale. They simply make reasonable demands when you cut their power. What armor is best? It's, like, dependent on situation. Like, if you want your dwarves to have better, like, agility ability, which sounds like a made-up series of words. If you want your dwarves to have, like, better flexibility in combat, you want to give them, like, leather armor. If you want your dwarves to have harder armor that will take more of a beating, you want them to use metal armor. So it's really situational. Honestly, at the end of the day, over-exaggeration and sordid jokes aside, I don't care if you talk shit about elves, but if that's like the only thing you want to talk about in my chat, it's kind of like, I don't care if you make shitty jokes. If that's all you do in my chat, I'm just gonna tell you to shut the fuck up. That's basically all it is. Everybody likes a shitty joke every now and again, but if that's your sole reason for existence, act your age, I presume. And if you're not, if you are acting your age, then you're probably too young to watch this stream. I mean, that's just unpleasant conversation at the end of the day. And I'm not gonna lie, mate. You're not helping. I just don't like indirect hate at anything. I don't like reading it. I don't like seeing it. I don't feel that that's the kind of community I want to cultivate and garner. I don't think that should be such a weird take. But, you know. I build walls instead of leading wall? I mean, that's fair. Because walls are higher value, look nicer, aren't ugly looking, and are harder. Which means they're harder to knock down. And I'm less likely to accidentally mine through them. That is not true. They have the widest variety of fruits and veggies that you can get seeds from. TV and YouTube chat. But anyway, just because chat is sometimes insufferable doesn't mean I dislike you. So don't give me reasons to dislike you. What'd y'all think of the Five Nights at Freddy movie? I'm above the age of 6, is what I thought about it. I don't watch children's movies. I didn't mind Willy's Wonderland, but that's just because it has Nicolas Cage in it. Let's see how the surface is going. Yeah, it's getting one piece at a time. Thinking about how much your dwarves love aluminum. Such an odd, like a specific thing. Aluminum. Gotta love all that alu. That is concerning, Dirty Bum. Probably not an ideal situation for your PC to be in. How many day site boulders do I have lying around? Let's see. 150. Let's just do 120 of those. That's just kind of what I'm using for the walls out here. From smooth magnetite? Not for cheap. That shit's expensive, man. I don't know if you've ever, like, looked at the cost of, like, stone flooring, but geez, man. Stuff accelerates quickly, let me tell you. Aluminum statues are very premium? What do you mean that flipped? I kind of flipped a Steam version. I used to... Wait, blah, 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 blah. Used to prize natural stone walls because they could be engraved, and now... But now... Yeah, ever since they made it so that, like, constructed walls can be engraved too, it's made a lot of sense to just go all in on constructed walls. It's certainly a thing that makes a lot more sense than it did. This is now set. So is that. Domont, the armorer, has been possessed. If I pull the lever right now, it will flood the whole fort, so I can't do that. I mean, I can. That would be a bad idea. This song almost sounds like it's going to be a Caves of Cud song initially. Gonna get another Armorsmith's artifact. Do I have any favorite Dwarf Fortress content creators? I feel like that, how do I put this? That's kind of one of those things where it's like, I would just have to list off every person who streams, otherwise, like, I'd be... Native Platinum Gizzard? Motherfucker. Whoa. One of those giant fucking, one of those giant, what am I wording here? Kias was just eating some gravel, and they just got a chunk of platinum. That's wild. Not really a conflict of interest. It's more like having to pick your favorite friend, because like I know basically everybody who makes Dwarf Fort content, so don't know, that's a little unfair. If you're just looking for recommendations, like, that's one thing, but my favorite, I don't know. I actually don't watch that much Dwarf Fortress content, to be completely honest. Mostly because I try not to steal other people's ideas. You want this armor flicker free? Yeah, we can do that. I'll read it once they, make it to the underground and are actually making their artifact. He uploaded, like, on Monday? Maybe it was Tuesday. I think it was actually Tuesday, Smexy, so go watch it. He uploaded a video a couple days ago. For, like, the first time in 9 months, to be fair, but... Have a nice evening. Hey, Pi. It's good to see you. Pi's an OG around these parts. I mean, how long have you been following me, man? Gotta check sometimes. 2017. 2017, June 20th. Jesus Christ. You watch me the most? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if you want someone who's underrated, there's Unchowder and Crumpet Sounds are both very good. I'm sure most of you know of Von Galactic. Just on the YouTube side of things, there's, like, you know, Krug Smash, obviously, and is that everything? Or are you still looking for stuff? Nope, that's everything. Sweet. There's, like, Von Galactic and Just Don't Die. There's tons of people on the Twitch side of things, but, like, consistent people are people like Deep Space. And, you know, all the other channels that stream Dwarf Fort. Hoodie Hair, yeah. Has Hoodie Hair uploaded in a while? I feel like I haven't seen a Hoodie Hair video in a minute. I like Hoodie Hair, though. Hoodie Hair has been around for a while now. But yeah, I tend to watch just about any of them when they cross my feeds. So Flicker here is married to Dusum Femi Noir over there. She despairs of anything positive happening in the future and lives without feelings of hope. Just like me. That's so relatable. And is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. So what is that, a situationship? Anyway, she is very greedy and dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. She's rarely jealous and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. She's a friendly individual and does not go out of her way to help others. She often feels lustful and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Definitely a situationship. And she tries to do things correctly each time and acts with compassion. She's conflicted by this, and she values... she's conflicted by this since she sees those tendencies as an impotent on the quest for power. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and is trusting. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I don't know if Flicker's in an ad. No, they shouldn't be. She is trusting. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees power over others as something to strive for. They all believe this and respects the law. She likes native platinum and electrum and fanfire opal, gorilla bone, rope reed fabric, and cabinets, and the sound of the fabulous droplet. When possible, prefers to consume pond grabber, potato wine, and tomatoes. And absolutely hates hamsters. Her somewhat tall ears are splayed out, her hair is clean-shaven, her lips are thick. Hoodie Hair hasn't uploaded in a few months. Probably just busy. What are some must-have facilities before the forced migrants arrive? Somewhere for the dwarves to socialize and a source of food and a source of drink. That's it. Yeah. And then you've got a very large family. Femi Noir is your spouse. You worship the keeper of blankets. And you've got tall ears that are splayed out. Yeah, I don't know. I think like trying to compare between like who's your favorite creator from the perspective of a creator is kind of like, because we're not competition, we're really coworkers. Like when Krug Smash releases a video, I notice because suddenly my videos start getting recommended on his video. Oops. I missed it on the Farmers Guild. Oh, well. Like, whenever Von Galactic uploads a video, I notice, because my videos get recommended on his. When Hazor uploads a Dwarf Fort video when he stumbles out of the Rimworld realms and remembers that other video games exist, I get recommendations from Hazor. So, like, for me, it's not really like a competition at all. It's like we're all kind of in this together, in a way. And because of that, like, I don't really watch a lot of other Dwarf Fortress creators. Outside of, like, when I raid people. Or, like, if I'm in somebody else's video, like I watched the recent Crumpet Sounds video, because I'm in it. So I wanted to see how he used my voice. But yeah, I actually don't watch that much Dwarf Fort. And it's mostly because I used to watch a ton of Krug Smash. And Hoodie Hair, like, before, like, the Steam version launched. And there was a couple times where I felt that when I went back and rewatched my videos, I felt that I was subconsciously, like, copying other people. And that is something I kind of don't want to do, because I don't want... Accidental plagiarism is still plagiarism, I guess. And that just feels bad if that happens. Like, I'm totally cool with doing homages or doing something that's, like, similar, but after the fact. And call it out as an homage instead of, like, subconsciously doing the same thing. I want that to be accidental instead of something that could seem intentional. So, Flicker Free, the Armorer, has created Gathy Lecour. Dear Tarn, please give us sprites for these varieties of armor because it drives me fucking nuts that they're all invisible. Anyway, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Dolmas Tint Targets. This is an intricate steel low boot. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular native platinum cabochons and decorated with rectangular native platinum cabochons. Encircled with bands of steel, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of dog bone and menaces with spikes of citrine. When they're adjective items? Yeah, I mean, like, I get it, they're more valuable, but, like, it just sucks. It just sucks. Like, at least give them the same sprite. Go into the inkwell. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. Thanks for the raid. It's 2 days in a row. Cheers, man. Mods, can I get a shout out for Inkwell, please? Assuming there is a mod lurking there, otherwise I'll do it in a sec. Thanks, mods. Let's do boot. It's like I got a sleek boot and an intricate boot now. Great. Granted, it will massively increase the value of this guild hall, which didn't actually make it to the value, which is part of the reason we got some upset dwarves, but it's fine. I appear to be out of marble. Yep. I have to check the surface in a sec. And before somebody comments, yes, I know I could just clear mine this whole thing, but this looks nicer to me, and I will eventually just strip mine the whole thing. Or at least most of it. What am I out of? Bars. What am I up to? 108 steel. Okay, let's just do 30 steel spears. And steel bolts. 7 hours? Only 7 hours and 44 minutes. I mean, I usually go for like 9-ish. Usually wind down around 9. Why? I mean, this is my full-time job, and I stream 4 days a week-ish. I usually end up streaming about 140 hours a month, which is like not ridiculous, in my opinion. Okay, so right here, I'm gonna plop one of these down. Right here, gonna plop one of those down. And then, how close are we? Just a little bit of a ways to go. But what I'm gonna do, actually, this is gonna take a while to build. Oh shit. That's actually a problem. Glad I caught that. Huh. That could have been bad. Like, really bad, actually. So actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down to here. Dig those up. Because this, I can just tell them to dig. And I'll just fill this all in with the wall. Then up here, can be like dig that and this. What, with the win rate that Gazoom has? Not to brag, but you could invest in this business by simply subscribing with Prime. Although not legally an investment, please speak to an investment professional for actual investment advice. This is not investment advice. This is not financial advice, is actually what I should say. So the idea is to basically build all the way to here. And then when this caves in, we'll get this strip along here, plus a large line basically from here all the way down, which is going to give us a large, I do mean a large, amount of water inflow. Couldn't find you in the NYSC, else I would. I feel like there's several conflicts of interest there. Also, you're Jesus. You should just, like, predict the future and make a miracle or two, and then, like, invest in a company, and then, like, give them a couple miracles. And I don't know what Heaven's investing rules are, but I'm sure that, like, you could just, like, buy a bunch of a shit coin and then just, bless somebody and, like, make a couple miracles happen and make the value of it skyrocket, and then profit. Turn this ocean into what? Exactly. Like, just purchase a bunch of land that is like this old toxic crappy lake or something, and then just use the new financial backing that you have from that to make oil or something. And then sell it to Shell. I mean, easy money, easy days. Shit coin probably already exists, though. Cats would die of alcohol poisoning again, yeah. Where are you gonna find a lawyer for Quaint? Kill the people. Well, I mean, maybe don't drown the people who care in wine, and if that doesn't work, then run across an ocean to a different country. Problem solved. Although you might need jet boots because people can move a little quicker these days. Buy your bum coin. What upsets me is that's probably a real thing. That's what upsets me, is that it's probably a real thing. Chat, please don't buy shit coins. It is, that's upsetting. Please don't invest in scams. That is all. Which means maybe I shouldn't be telling you guys to subscribe to my channel. Not saying that my channel is a scam, but I'm also not going to say it's a good investment necessarily. Invest in Wi-Fi on the moon? I mean, how else are all of the moonmen going to get dial-up? Get on high speed with when all they have is dial-up? So much Galena. This is all just flux. You know, today's been a very chill fort, but I can't say that it's been boring because those forgotten beasts have been keeping things interesting. So shoutouts to the beasts that I forget about because they're the ones actively keeping this fort exciting. Going all in? Ah. It's very clammy of you. That's upsetting, I'm sorry. I was, there is a AI-generated ad, that plays on my TV when I watch movies on Crave, which is a, like, Canada-only streaming service, which is included with my, like, phone bill, so I watch it sometimes. And a similar AI-generated ad for or on that I've seen, like, or not seen, heard on podcasts, and it's quite literally for a local, like, Thai place that actually looks pretty good. But it's mildly upsetting to me that there's, like, this local Thai place that's just, like, generating images of their food and using these awful generated voices to, like, talk about how much they love this restaurant. And I'm, like, looking at their ratings. I'm like, they have really good ratings. Why don't they just, like, pay some teenager with a camera $100 to just come over and film a bit? And then just, you know, spend 90 minutes editing an ad? I could do that. So what you're saying is it makes perfect sense to you why scams would use AI? Something that I think is kind of fascinating, actually, is I learned a fun statistic the other day. Did you guys know that The Onion brought back their newspaper? Because it used to be given away for free, and then they got rid of it. And now they brought it back as, like, a subscription thing where you can pay for The Onion as a newspaper. And it's the 11th most, subscribed paid subscription newspaper in the US, and they're very close to surpassing the New York Times, which is hilarious and also really fucking sad at the same time. It's like, what's the name of the guy who, like, is happy but, like, looks like he's in pain meme? It's like that. Correct, Cyrolac. Hide the pain, Larry. Yeah, that guy. I watched his TEDx talk. Salawek. Seems like a good time. Honestly, probably not a bad time. Like, if your dad's the sort of guy to read a newspaper, That seems like a good, like, holiday gift, actually. It's like a year's subscription to The Onion. I actually wonder how frequent it is. I don't even know. It definitely ain't the New York Times. Sure, I mean, all that the New York Times has is crossword puzzles. You mean the crossword puzzle subscription service? Hide the Pain Herald, yes. It's Hide the Pain name. I love the fact that that meme literally was just like a Getty Images licensable image. There's a bunch of bat rays down there. Ugh. An elven caravan has arrived. Like, he just sold it as a stock photo, and then found out later that he was a meme. The kind of interesting thing about his, like, TEDx talk or whatever it was, is that he's just like, remember, I may not look it, but I'm happy. Please do not worry about me. And it was kind of adorable. It's quite literally like, some people worry about me and they're worried that I'm actually upset. But no, I'm not. I'm actually a very happy person. Should actually trade with the elves. I didn't the last 2 seasons. Just gonna bring this gem bin over and we'll sell them whatever they need to get through with it. Kind of makes me want the, what's it called? Actually, speaking of newspapers, 404 Media is releasing a zine. Not a newspaper, obviously, but like a zine, a one-off. But it's not coming out till January, which bugs me. Because if they were releasing it earlier, I would absolutely buy that and give it to my dad for Christmas. Because that's the sort of thing my dad would love. Like, he borrowed my copy of Joseph Cox's Dark Wire, which is a true crime book about, like, the FBI running a encrypted phone service. And that massive, like, international raid where, like 1,100 people got arrested in, like, 2 weeks. Very interesting, like, piece of reporting that is written like a crime novel. I gave that to my dad, and he finished it in, like, 3 days. It's like, literally, I got a text from my mom, like, 2 days later. She's like, I haven't talked to your dad in a day and a half. I'm like, I'm sorry. 99 USD a month if you were a broke college student. You would? Oh, what, for, oh, if you weren't a broke college student, you would, right? I do think it's interesting, though, that, like, independent media, like, okay, not just independent media, but, like, fucking Vice brought their newspaper back? Like, I realize Vice, like, collapsed when Bankrupt fired everybody and is now, like, rebuilding with new ownership, but, like, fucking Vice has their print paperback. Like, we're just at a point now where, like, media that exists now that's independent, like, needs, for lack of a better word here, backer rewards. You know, like, there comes a point where it's just like, oh, we need, like, something to give to the people that fund us. Okay, what's something we could do? And it's like, a lot of them are just going to the thing that literally makes the most sense, which is just, you know, put out a fucking newspaper. And there's something really funny about that to me. Like, it's also kind of beautiful in a way. Brought a king snake? Ooh. And a giant wolf! Big pupper! I'll buy the king snake and the big pupper. And their musical instruments. Fuck everything else. Actually, that's not true. I will also buy some of their grown stuff. Like the barrels, which are useful. The fruits. And the splints. And the crutches. And I will just sell them enough gems so that they are happy with it. Let's try that. Done. Oh. Wow, you don't often see that. Huh. They threw in a counteroffer. I can't remember the last time I saw that. Whoa. We rolled a tie, chat. Usually they're just like, yeah, fuck you, nah. Or they're like, yeah, sure. It's wild. Accept counteroffer. Interesting. They do that to you sometimes? Yeah. I normally just like, my dwarves are just good enough that they don't need to wait for, or attempt a counteroffer, but unfortunately, like, I can't think of a faster way to do this. There has to be one. Like, I guess build like a crane or something and just leave it. Get that all the time. They do that when they're mad at you? Really? That's funny. So, TBT in YouTube chat says, I found out about Dwarf Fortress back when Joel from Vinesauce used to stream. The game back in 2016. I've been playing ever since. So, fun bit of history about my channel. I've lived in the shadow of Joel from Vinesauce my entire life. Because the first thing that people found me over back in the day was me playing modded Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and then later Open Roller Coaster Tycoon. Because I just wanted a wave of nostalgia one day, and then I had 35 people watching, and I was like, holy shit, this is like 100% more people than I normally have watching. So I played a whole bunch of that, played a bunch of custom maps, and eventually helped them test and prototype and build the multiplayer modes by just being live QA, more or less. And then from there, I moved into RimWorld and other things eventually, and then finally settled on streaming a lot of Dwarf. But when I streamed Roller Coaster Tycoon, there was 4 individual days where I overlapped with Joel. And every single time that happened, about 150 people piled into my chat afterwards, because this was back before Twitch had like the rating functionality where you could just send people anywhere else. So when somebody ended, most people would just like jump into the directory and just see who else was doing the thing to just kind of keep watching the same game. Was kind of the way Twitch worked at the time. And so because of this, my channel developed a little bit of a culture of the Joel waiting room. So I'd turn my channel on and I would immediately start seeing Joel emotes. And this continued for a while, where eventually that community bubbled, and Limalicious, who's like huge now, rated me back in, 2015, 14, something like that. And then for a while there, she was working at Twitch, which was really funny, because she was my partner manager for a hot minute there, which genuinely to me is amusing. And now she's just like a huge VTuber, with like thousands of subscribers, which is crazy. Great for her. But then when I moved over to Dwarf and started streaming a lot of Dwarf in 2018 and 2017, well, 2018, that Joel audience came back. And it went from waiting for Joel to stream Roller Coaster Tycoon again to waiting for Joel to stream Dwarf again. And I genuinely think that that's so fucking funny to me. Oh, yearly is $99. Okay. $99 a month seems expensive for, unless it's like a 400-page bound thing. But yeah, no, I mean, $99 a year, $9 a month actually is not bad at all for. I'd pay that much for the Onion. I'd pay that much for Patreons. Okay, at least I can see the end of this now. We're getting there. I lost my bookkeeper? Nani? Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Where the heck did I have the bookkeeper's office, though? That's the important question that I need to ask myself right about now. So where on earth was the bookkeeper's office? I will just give them a new one. They can have the lever room. That's a 10% discount, sir. Actually, no, it's not $9. It's 20 because there's 12 months in the year, and if it's 99 for the year, unless I'm like incapable of word, but that sounds right to me. I don't know how much food costs where you live, but Jesus H. Christ, that must be cheap. Sorry for using your name in vain, but hot damn, man. That's some cheap-ass food. 99 a month? I don't think I could, like... Yeah, no, I mean, my grocery bill is, like... Local markets do save your ass? I mean, clearly. I don't think, like... Okay, unless I was literally, like, eating cup ramen, or, like, rice and broccoli... or like just frozen pierogi. I don't think I could live for less than that. Like I spend about $250 a month on groceries, maybe more. If I want fruits and vegetables, yeah, more. Well, actually, probably if I want fruits and vegetables, about that. That's if I don't buy the fancy stuff. If I want the fancy stuff, then it's more expensive. But that's the fancy stuff, which is not necessarily needed. I have absolutely no fucking idea, Jesus, which is one of the reasons I don't really care about boats, personally. I play on worlds that don't have oceans, so I mean, they have oceans, just only oceans at the edge of the map, so they don't have islands. I don't play on archipelagos, so it doesn't really, like, affect my gameplay not having them. And every time Tarn talks about them, they sound, like, completely over-designed and overthought. And, I mean, if I were to have boats in this game, I would just want them to be about the size of a wagon, maybe twice the size of a wagon, that just acts like a wagon and just comes into the port and then leaves, or brings in baddies and then leaves. And that's about it. That's all I'd really want or care about. And that's all I feel when it comes to boats. Tarn talks about being able to build boats that would, like, move similarly to cars in, like, CDDA, and that just sounds like a lot of work and kind of nuts to me, but... You have a local pasta place that refuses to let you pay for food? There's a brewery close-ish to here that sometimes gives me a free beer or two. But that's all I got. I apologize for the slow, boring gameplay, but hopefully it'll be worth it. It was not. Ah, that hurts. Okay. When was the last time we saved? Comedic crash timing. Somebody clip that, actually. Thanks, Radbug. Appreciate it. At the exact moment? Are we connected by some cosmic, unfortunate circumstance? Okay, well, that's not too bad. It's not too bad. But I will say that made me really sad, and I'm hungry, and I skipped lunch again. So I think I'm gonna call it for the day, chat. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. That kind of took the wind out of my sails. we will finish this tomorrow. And hopefully it doesn't crash a second time. Twitch chat, don't run off, though, because we're going to raid somebody. YouTube folks, I'm going to shut you guys down first. Before you run off, two things. Two things. I've got to disappear my face and reappear it first. All right, thing number one. I have a blog. If you sign up for my newsletter, you will be automatically entered to win one of 2 more draws for the Adventure Mode soundtrack on vinyl. We did the first drawing last month. It's just anybody who signed up for the newsletter, it's free to sign up. It just seems to be the fairest way that I can think to do it, rather than just randomly giving them out into Twitch chat, which is my only other real feasible way of doing giveaways. I download the whole CSV, set a .rand command, and then just sort by random, and then that's how I select the winner. So I will be doing one on New Year's Eve this month, and then one on the last day of January. So will it be worth it? It was not. Hey, it works. Clippity is a clippity. Thanks for the clippity. 409. So that's that. And then the second thing is on the 19th, which is a Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific. One Tarn Toady One Adams will be hanging out on stream for a bit, and we will be chatting about the Siege update and how it went, how that release cycle went, and then after that talking about or asking and answering some audience questions, which I will have to put out a little sheet for you guys to send out questions, which I'll probably send out through my